says anti-terrorism laws.
Bob, I am going to take you up on your office. Switch to there you go.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Warbird Volunteer Meeting. We have a casual schedule, so just, enjoy your breakfast, courtesy of yourselves and your donation to Warbirds Squadron 32. And, we're going to kick off the meeting in a little bit here. We have a lot of great door prizes, some fantastic auction items for today, so it's going to be a really good, busy morning and a fun afternoon, so it's great to see everyone here. And good morning again. Just a quick note, the door prize table is over here by Kristen, and the auction bench is over on the other side of the room, and we'll be doing that during the day today. But on the door prize table, we have a sufficient quantity of Basler key fobs, and our friends from Lyft have sent a variety of name tag lanyards, a sufficient quantity for everyone to have at least one. So feel free, those are, welcome to you at your convenience. And then when we draw the door prize ticket numbers, that'll be, you'll come up and grab something else from the table. And it looks like the good portion of the group is here. So we can think about getting the meeting started. Don't worry about finishing breakfast. We'll do that as we go. Are we ready, Kristen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, welcome, everyone. And one of the things that we'll be doing today, obviously, is saying hello to everyone. And part of our regular welcome is that we go around the room and everyone identifies themselves and says hello. So starting at the back of the room, and you have to speak up so that we can hear you, so that and just say who you are, and if you want to say what area that you volunteer in, you can do it. No, Matt can't hide behind Doug. It would be okay. So we will start with Brett Crabtree. Bill, come on. And
Sometimes Chuck.
all day, every day.
Right over to Todd. Rebuilt driver name Todd. Hey boys, lifting up.
Come on, come on.
New executive director.
Carl Robinhorst said he's training in T-69 flight line. Whatever. Grandmother.
And we have some folks from Squadron 32 that should identify themselves. Tim. Don't be shy. Yeah, Bueller.
We're hoping it's through.
We identify ourselves, not we identify as.
Oh, there you go.
Identify myself as concerned. My name's Tim Danke. I'm the XO for our Warbird Squadron.
And Tim, what is your position with the Experimental Aircraft Association?
Until recently, I used to work in the chapters. So I worked with other EAA chapters, Warbird Squadron, things like that. But they were silly enough to promote me to executive director of International Aerobatic.
And who else is here from Squadron 32, Tim? There's another Shike running around here somewhere.
Scott, I'm Scott.
Run away. Yes. Scott is, yes, Kristen's dad. Anyone else? And Bill Gaius flight line. So the next thing's always the hardest because each year we lose too many of our friends. So a little moment of silence for all of those friends who have gone west, please. And we know they watch us throughout the year and watch over us. Kristen. We can do that. Okay. And thank you to Squadron 32 for doing the pancake breakfast this morning. Great job, everyone. And definitely. And Bill Keys, he was just here. Steve Owen just left a few minutes ago. Steve's the president of the Dyne Sportsmans Club. And in one of the lucid moments for Steve, Bill's behind the bar. Okay. Steve had volunteered the facility for us after we had some rather frustrating times trying to find a place for our meeting this year. So we really, really appreciate the Sportsman's Club stepping up to take care of that for us.
Yeah.
Next slide. Okay. And as usual, we will do our area recap, and we will start with administration.
Hello. There's a couple of things that I just want to talk about. I probably should stand up, even though you won't be able to see me anyways. But there's just a couple things. This year, some of you do purchases on your credit card, personal credit card, etc. If possible, if you can get either Brett Crabtree's credit card or my credit card for EAA to do your purchases on, it would be easier because now those purchases come directly to my cell phone and I can just code them when you give me the card back instead of having to call each one of you when I get a receipt, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't know what I got it for. So if you can just kind of try and do that. If you do have a purchase on your own credit card, make sure when you bring me the receipt, or Linda the receipt, whichever, or Nora, one of us is always going to be in the office at all times. When you bring it, make sure your name's on it and exactly what you purchased it for, because if you don't do that, then I'll end up having to call you and then you'll not know what you were doing a month ago. So that's number one thing. Number two thing is camping. I know a lot of you are probably wondering about when that email is going to come out. It's going to come out the end.
I'm going to interrupt you. Hello, Mike. Well, anyway, one of the things I did was I just sent a text to Mike Anderson, president of Warbirds, to give us a call to say hello to folks. So Mike is on my phone. So here, let's see if this works.
Hey, am I?
You're on.
You there, Bill?
Yep, go for it.
But first of all, thank all of the volunteers and all the great job you guys do. We obviously cannot do it without you. And so I'm hoping you have a good meeting this weekend. And I look forward to seeing everybody in July. And again, we really appreciate everything you all do. And we certainly can't do it without you.
Well, Mike, thank you for calling in and saying hello to everybody, and let everyone know what you're up to this weekend.
I'm getting ready to get into the Zero right now. We have our official tour of practice this weekend in Muskogee at my home airport. And we're getting ready to go out and do our first flight of the day for our practice. So that's what I'm doing this weekend.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in to join us here and have some safe flying. We'll see you soon.
Great meeting, and thanks again.
See you soon. Now back to Kristen. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That was more fun anyways. So camping. Camping is not, you're not going to see an email from me for camping until late April because we're a little bit behind. We're actually going to try a new system again because, you know, the old ones just haven't been quite right. This one should be 100% easier. Don't quote me on that as of right now, though, because it's brand new. So, any questions on anything that I talked about? Oh, wait, I have to introduce someone formally. Nora. She is my right-hand girl. She did a wonderful job. She was only here for 2 months, and then she got to go 6 weeks solo, and then had to go to a conference in Florida for me. So she deserves all the credit in the world. So, but yeah, that's all I got. Oh, thank you. That was the one thing. Okay. So, along with the credit card receipts, hours worked. We need to make sure that either you, as leads and chairmen, are recording your hours for your people, or they're recording their own hours. Everybody I know has their own system of recording hours, but we need to have a better system because this year there were a couple of groups that only got 25 hours. And then that causes problems for me when camping comes up because camping is, it's done by hours. So if you want to ensure yourself a campsite in Warbirds camping, I would suggest that you do at least 40 hours so that you are on your A list. Okay. The other thing about that is if you do not get a spot in Warbirds, our backup is always Camp Scholler. And you get a free spot in Camp Scholler if you have over 40 hours. So that's why that's why we made kind of the change to that. It's 20 hours to get on the list, but if you do only 20 hours, your priority people are going to get priority over your 20-hour people. So just keep that in mind. And you have to have at least 3 years of service to be able to be eligible for camping. So 20 hours and 3 years to be eligible, but to ensure a camp spot, 40. Any questions on that? Mm-mm. Yep. So 30 and 20. I mean, yeah, 40 and 20. Make sure you separate it like that. Sorry, my math is bad today, I guess. Any other questions on camping? Yeah? Yes. Yeah. That's going to change this year, so it's going to be much better. That's another thing I actually wanted to tell you about is one-time access passes. In the beginning, I'm going to be sending you, when you send me your list for camping this year, I also want you to send me your tentative list of people that are coming along with correct addresses. Because when you fill out the sheet, some of these people's 7s looks like 2s or an A looks like an N or something like that. So I'm going to be sending you your group. And what I want you to do is let me know if all the information is correct. And those are the people I'm going to be sending the one-time access passes to. Because as of right now, I'm sending out 1,200 one-time access passes to get 600 people. And I kind of want to cut down on the numbers. That includes Canadian, United Kingdom, Australia, all of our people. So just make sure that I get a list. Yes?
There's somebody coming to the show that's bringing their airplane for the first time. Do they need to get a one-way pass?
No, pilots actually, when they arrive, they get taken care of by First Welcome Warbirds, and then they go to pilot registration and they get all of their credentials from that. Yep. If they do need a car to get in, like their family member is bringing a car in, and they're going to arrive before the pilot, that's a different situation. Then they should give me a call and we'll put them on the list to get a one-time access pass. Because sometimes the pilot comes in and their wife drives the car in a day before. Or other way around, whatever. I'm still old. No. Anything else? You're coming up with good questions. Yeah? Oh, I thought you raised your hand. All right, I'm giving it back to Bill. I've talked too much.
Thank you, and again, congratulations to Kristen on being our new executive director. Oh, board of directors. Appreciate Mike calling in. That was great to hear from him. Just want to reiterate that when I send an email out to our leads, you just feel free to forward that on to your team members, because I do not do that specifically to send it past you. You are leaders, and that is up to you to stay in touch with your team members. And one of the things that we're going to be doing during AirVenture this year is I'll be getting with the leads and making sure that they have like Kristen was mentioning, correct addresses, but also all email addresses or ways to communicate with the people in their particular areas. Okay, and where is Bombers and Transports? And smoke oil. And John will be up again later with his presentation on standard operating procedures.
Oh, yes, that should be very exciting for everybody who's still awake. Okay, so on behalf of Don Egge, who is not here, he's conducting something special down at the Lexington, which is where he spends his winter. Welcome from Bombers and Transports and Smoke Oil. A little bit about what went on with us in Bombers and Transports first, then we'll get down to Smoke Oil. Essentially for 2023, what we had was essentially what was pre-registered, which was great. Unfortunately, a couple of our pre-registered C-47s found their way to where? Yes, vintage. That's okay. We got an extra Albatross that just kind of showed up and wanted a place to park. Well, okay, park over there. That worked out fine. So what we had was 3 B-25s, 3 47s, a TBM, 2 Albatrosses. Albatross, Mike Wiesner, wherever you are, you'll know what that means. 4 AT-11s, 1 UC-78, 3 U-3s, and a big old C-123. And it was nice seeing the C-123, and I hope they come back. They were a very welcome addition to our line. A change from the year before, we had 3 fewer C-47s, 2 fewer B-25s, no Catalina, no 826, and oh shucks, no Grobe Perlin. That was that big old motor glider thing that we had there. We parked up on 8, whatever it was we did. Okay, real good team. I won't bore you with introducing everybody who's not here, but if you're not here, you know who you are. And boy, I got a good group of people in Bombers and Transports. I really do. People-wise, we were in very good shape. We were down 3, but we picked up 3 who wanted to come work with us, and that was really terrific. We're pretty darn solid as far as what we do and how we do it, and my presentation is going to be, how do we get there from here? So please, thank you for being here to see part of that. Some folks that really have to be thanked, certainly Don, Mike Wiesner, Rich Cook, Carl Rabenhorst, who is really the genesis of everything we do on our line, with the Orange Book. And we took that and basically ran with it, and we wound up with a lot of things that we really needed. Radios and vehicles to make things go. Chris, always there with an extra radio when we need it. Vehicles, we had what we needed. Thank you very much. We got the best group of floaters on the planet. I am convinced. Jerry, Jenny, Jeff, we don't ask for anything from them. They just give and give and give and give, and we really appreciate what you do. Thank you very much from the bottom of our little bomber and transport hearts. Okay, moving on. There we go. Okay, pre-registration's a big deal for us because unlike the smaller airplanes, we actually do have to kind of floor plan our spot. So if we can encourage people who are thinking of coming, pre-registration is really a big deal. And we want to make sure that people have the spot that they need to make things go. Ken Lesniak gave us a great drawing 3-4 years ago. We use it to the best possible opportunity. I guess that's not quite the right word, but it's the word I'm using. And he really gave us something we really can work with. So thank you, Ken, if you're listening. We got a good deal of parking space, but it may not be the space that you want. And that's just because, well, a lot of that space gets closed down for things like the air show. So pre-registering is really important, especially for us with the big airplane stuff. We understand that there's going to be a significant C-47 presence because it's going to be directly after the event over in Europe with the 47 drop over there. So we're expecting, but we don't know how many people are coming. And as soon as we know how many are coming, it would be great to hear about that because, again, we're in the floor planning business. Our group benefits significantly from Carl's class. And I'm just going to put in a tip for that. If you're outside of 2 years of flight line safety, please attend. We really do need everybody working on the same sheet of music with the same model of what is safe and what is not. So that has continued to evolve. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Let's see. Talk about smoke oil. This is my second year with the smoke oil team. Good group of folks. They're working. We are going to have our own SOP. We're working on that. A couple of things left to coordinate. Smoke oil pumped 600 gallons of oil. They were down from 800 previous year, and that's largely because we didn't fly a number of air show events because of smoke. Not smoke oil, but smoke from Canadian wildfires, and we don't hold that against the Canadians. It's just what it was. Okay, so we had 1,000 gallons of smoke oil to start. We pumped 600, so math being what it is, we probably have 400 gallons of smoke oil left. We used the Gator pretty well. We put on 19 hours of that, put about 100 miles, and we're very happy to have that. And we've also had some change to procedure about how we're going to get that vehicle and how we're going to get some help from the folks over at EAA to get that built up, John Hopkins especially. So that's our story. We're a good operation. We could always be better, and we're happy to be doing what we're doing. And if anybody has any questions for me, catch me off the side. If not, that's what I got. So thank you.
Thank you, John. And although Kristen touched on camping a little bit, Brian Churchill was not able to make it today. He and I chatted a little bit. Obviously, it's going to be another busy year for him, and I will touch on some facilities updates for the campground a little bit later on. In the meantime, we will head over to Dave Jackson to talk about chocks.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for staying awake early. You can go to sleep later. We talk about chocks because they find a way to leave our locations. And last year was one of the worst years for us. When I started working with John, probably 15 years ago, We didn't lose that many chocks, but we had some kind of crummy looking chocks too. Now when we start making the chocks look better, they grow legs and wings and disappear. About 5 to 10 years ago, we averaged 175 chock losses every year. And then, thanks to Warbird registration, kind of drilling pilots when they came in to register, we started this like 3 years ago, or they started it 3 years ago. We even made a little sign. The first year we reduced it to 110 loss, which is going the right direction. The next year we reduced it to 35. Amazing. You know, I can blame that on termites. And but last year we're right back at 175 chocks that we lost. And that loss included 17 chocks that were given to family members or survivors of warbirds who I made the remembering chocks to for. So essentially we lost 158 to pilots just thought that they were theirs. So I've got a source of wood now that I don't have to pay for, and so I made a lot of yellow chocks this year. I made 102 yellow 4x4 chocks. I made 151 of the larger 4x6 chocks, which hopefully would maybe discourage people from walking off with them or flying off with them. I made 85 remembering chocks and fancy chocks that, so anyway, I added 338 chocks this past year, and AirVenture isn't here yet, so we'll hopefully add some more. But there's a couple of things I'd like to ask for suggestions for future chocks as far as the suggestions, or I mean the logos that I put on them. For some reason, I made a lot of them that say Fly Navy, and I know all you Navy folks appreciate that, right, Carl? There you go. And I made some that said thank you veterans and support our military, keep them flying. But I'm looking for, we don't want them to all look the same. So if you got some slogan suggestions, please pass that along to me. Connie Bolin and I have talked in the last couple of months. I really think we need to upgrade the chocks that we have at Warbird Alley. The Warbird Alley ones, one of his friends made some. We started off making 3x3 chocks, so they're not even as large as the ones on the field. I think they look small and are getting beat up. So Connie would like to have me make up some for every one of our armed services. So we'll have Army Air Corps, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, of course. And but like Scott says, don't make them too fancy or else they'll disappear as well. So, but because of the Warbird Alley is hard surface, I think the 4x6s will be more effective. A little heavier, the aircraft won't move them in straight line winds. So that's something that we're going to do. It probably won't be accomplished all in 1 year, but maybe if I can make 30 or so for this AirVenture, and we can double it the next year. I've already made some for Chuck Marshall. I don't know if you brought yours but when we talked about remembering those that we've lost, Chuck was a tremendous asset to our organization, to NADA, to Stearman Association. It was just a terrific guy. We also lost Rolina Vermeer, and I would like anybody to give me some ideas. I was hoping that Rhonda could maybe give me some ideas for her chocks, but what her favorite Mustang was, colors, things like that, I'd appreciate that, because we'll get hers done in time. But if there are other fallen warbirds that worked with us as volunteers or pilots, please let me know and I'll take care of them. I'd be remiss in not thanking Carl Ravenhorst for the use of the Tom Wise Training Center for chock storage. I asked him if he'd been in there already, and he said no, and I said, well, it's probably not enough room for you to squeeze in there anyway. because they're stacked up 4 feet tall. I think that's about it, but I'm gonna probably, since I get more 4x6s and 4x4s, you'll see a lot more in the chalk bins, and they can be used in any area, but especially on hard surface, I think the 4x6s are gonna be more effective. And believe it or not, the cheapies that I made for the T34 line, we had some I guess they were 4x3s or some small ones. So I said, we'll make them for the T34s. T34s aren't supposed to be using chocks anyway. They stole 15 of them last year. So who knows? So it's definitely not all for quality. So thank you very much. Appreciate your help, guys.
Dave, we appreciate everything you do for Warbirds. That is, you're an artist, and we appreciate everything you do. You're an artiste. Artiste. And Chris, you have the box full of tickets, I think, right? Yep. Okay, let's do a door prize drawing. Who wants to draw? Well, Chris is going to draw the first ticket. 4251. 4251. Mark, head on over and grab something off of the table with all the hats on it. Now the other thing is, if you would like, because we do have quite a good supply of door prizes this year, if you would like extra tickets, you can get 10 tickets for $2 from Chris. So whenever you have the urge to make a little donation to the Warbird Food Shack Fund and want some more tickets for more goodies, just go on over and give Chris a couple bucks and she'll give you some more tickets. So okay, Chris, you want to pull another number? Four three three seven. 4337. No, Carl, was that you or no? No. 4337. Oh, okay, Dave, head on over there. Hey, maybe grab a chalk off the.
Well, the paint's not dry on these guys.
And Chris, let's do one more. 4311. All right, head on over there. Let's do two more, we'll do 5 in a set, Chris. 4305. All right. And one more, Chris. Or Kirsten. 4247. All right. Head on over. And Rhonda's not here. Do we have someone to report on the fighter area? Jenny. Chalks are door prize as well.
Mom says hi to everybody. She's watching. She's watching from the line crew group. She says we filled up the lot again. 27 aircraft total, including 7 Corsairs, 2 P-40s, and a Yak. Her field holds 28 non-static, so we were really close to needing more space. Gathering of Corsairs, there were a total of 9 Corsairs on the grounds. And the chance for the family to meet the pilots at the Corsairs briefing was neat for everybody. It went off pretty well. May need a little better communication between the show planners and those of us handling the planes, but, we always figure it out. Grateful to have the cargo golf cart back. Helps with putting chocks on the airplanes and everything, and carrying water around. Also grateful for the canopy again, and hopefully we'll be able to get that again this year because, there's no shade out there, so. I know it was mentioned already, but since Mom wrote it, I'm going to read it again. We lost Warren shortly before EAA last year. And then in October, we lost his wife, Rolina. She is collecting donations towards maybe putting bricks for them. We'll be collecting until May 1st. If anybody wants to contribute to that, just come find me and I'll tell you all the ways we're collecting it. Added a few new people, and one of her guys, Kevin, won some Volunteer of the Year award that we didn't know about, but he definitely deserved it with everything he ran around and did. And that's the end of Mom's report.
Good report. Thank you. Bob Ehrenberg, First Responders.
Hey everybody, good to see you. Last year, we also, like almost every year, we have a lot of heat. We had a lot of heat issues. I think we dealt with them pretty well. We had some that were multiple that one day, within like 10 minutes apart. But we worked through it, and the rest of the week was just kind of minor stuff, nothing too bad. One thing I would say is that I did notice last year we did not have as many incidents with our volunteers as we had other years, which is really good. I think maybe everyone's making aware that, you know, you guys are the first line of defense out there, and you're the safety people, and you have to stay healthy for all the rest of this stuff to work. So make sure you, as we get older, we all seem to take medications, so we all got to make sure we stay on a routine when we get to the air show. You know, we take care of ourselves. We don't decide to self-medicate if we feel that there's something wrong with us, so we take more pills or less pills or stuff like that. We've kind of seen some of those things happen through the years. But everybody did a really good job, I think, of taking care of themselves. And I think we all kind of looked after each other. I know I made an extra effort to go out on the line and make sure everybody was, you know, drinking enough fluids, and everybody was, except for. But other than that, you have any questions for me? Well, the first thing you just call 911.
The question from Mark is, what is the procedure for calling emergency services into the campground? And Bob's response was?
To call 911. So you oh yeah, always call 911. I mean, even during the day and we're on the field, the first thing that, you know, if we were seeing it's kind of a major thing, call 911, because it takes a while for the paramedics to get, you know, they could be who knows where. So call 911, try to give them a good description of where you are, but yet they should be able to ping your phone.
Carl, that is not correct. Please don't spread that. The best thing for people to do is you do not send them to Warbird Tower. You try and identify the location that you are at in the best way. We have street locations, we have street intersections, etc. Then the next thing that we do is we contact the Warbirds community ourselves. If Warbirds Tower is up, reach out to Tower, reach out to board members such as Judd, John Russman, and myself as key members for operations during our venture. But then also, in order to have the ambulance locate the situation most effectively, we find volunteers to help guide them to the direction from the nearest possible intersection. So I know a couple of years ago we talked about having them go to a particular spot, but that may be actually going past where the incident is. So that is, we do not direct them to a single location. We direct them to the incident, be it on Warbird Alley, where we've had people with heat issues, be it out in the campground, be it in Area 51. We had tram issues with people all over the field, etc. So you go to the immediate location. Stacy. Not inside his camper, right? The other thing that came out of that incident with Jack Hooker, and we had perceived it earlier, but we took action on it after Jack's passing, was that we sent out a note to all of the campers indicating that there were way too many vehicles in the aisles, which actually restricted access by emergency vehicles, either ingress or egress. And I have to tell you that sending out notification via email and also a note to all of the campers when they registered worked extremely effectively. And we will do a reminder this year as well. But all we had to do was ask. We have, in the Warbird area and in the Warbird community, we have an excellent group of very responsible people. And if you explain the situation where we need to have EMS get in, get out, be it for a health issue, be it for, fire or whatever, everyone understood that and responded beautifully. So, kudos to all of our members who relocated their cars and vehicles the way they were supposed to so that we can get in and out of the campground with emergency vehicles.
Any other questions?
Could we go ahead, since we used most last year, and all kinds of different information, offer a revised update to what we just talked about?
Yes.
For there's confusion.
Yep.
Get all that clear.
Yes.
Make sure
We'll have to do that, absolutely.
This volunteer has a flyer or something.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, thanks. See you guys in, hi.
Peg, that's a very good point, because part of the change that Chris did was because of these situations as well.
So one of the things that happened a few years ago was Chris started to add emergency contact, not who's your friend here on the field, but who has the ability to answer questions from the medical community if we need that, and who has your powers of attorney, your next of kin, whatever. Please be sure and fill that out. Be sure your lead has it. And I'm thinking that it might be a good idea, if you are camping, that you have that information posted in your camper so that if there is an incident, it's available much more easily than we got to get hold of Chris. Chris has got to look it up, all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, we for those online, the discussion is regarding where notification persons are recorded, and we have them in a couple different locations, and we are working on making sure that they are in a central location.
Better yet, put it in your wallet in your pocket.
And a couple things came up on this. Yes, we need a notification of, let's say if you are there alone and your spouse or whomever is back halfway across the country, yes, that's good for some levels of information. But if there is someone else on the field who knows you well, is camping with you, is a good friend, and can also help respond with information or with transport, as we've seen in some issues in the past, we need that information as well. So if I have an issue, and it's nice that my wife is down in Fond du Lac, but I really need somebody on the field to also be notified. So that would obviously be Randy, and he would immediately come to my aid. Okay, back to Bob. I get maybe Randy wouldn't come to my aid.
Another
Anyway,
question.
Another
Go
question.
ahead,
Jenny. Interesting question. The question was, is there a way to put your emergency contact information on the EAA wristband that we get? And we can think about that, but there's some issues there because for the few of you who shower during the week, and we know the rest of you who don't, that has a tendency to wear off. So that's the only downside of that. There you go. No, okay, we're not gonna, no tattoos. Okay.
Next.
Kirsten, Food Shack. Oh, I'm sorry, floaters. Jenny, I'm sorry. How soon we forget. Jenny. Come on back up.
It's okay, I didn't have much to say anyway. I really don't, because we didn't really have very many problems this year. Just a reminder that if you guys do need help, like Bomber said, we're there. Just all you got to do is call us, because most of the time we stay away because we don't want to interfere with whatever's going on, because you all have your own systems. But so if you need help, you need to actually tell us or we won't know. That's really all I got.
But as someone had said earlier, you guys do a great job.
Thank you.
And they said, you just keep giving and giving and giving. Well, that's their job.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
It's what they do, yes. Okay, now Kirsten.
So everything went pretty good in the food shack. We served about 2,344 lunches during the week, which is about average with how it's been since COVID a couple years ago. Our biggest day is Tuesday as usual, and that was over 400 lunches. Everything went pretty well for the year. The main thing we had is we were a little bit light on volunteers, especially at the beginning and the end of the week. We made it through using the Civil Air Patrol cadets, thankfully. They were very, very useful, very helpful, and that's about all I have. So we're seeking volunteers. If you have anyone who really wants to work in an afternoon, we have jobs for you. You can make up a lot of hours helping us very quickly. I did not. Jenny, do you want to help in the kitchen? I would definitely use help. It's also in the middle of the air show, so I'm like, I know you probably don't want to.
And where's Dennis Behannon hiding? Way in the back.
You guys are welcome. We got some new donations this year. We had the Italian beef sandwiches, and that went over really well, so we'll try to get that again next year. The Johnsonville sausages and hot dogs were also delicious again this year, so we'll try to have them come back next year. or this year. It's this year already, isn't it? Next show. Thank you. You know where my brain's going.
And so, Dennis, Kirsten will be touching base with you regarding CAP helpers again. They did work out really well, and they also helped absorb the extra donuts.
They were very useful in many ways.
Brett Crabtree, grounds. Ramon. Yes.
Thank you. The state of the grounds is good.
You gotta say that grumpier.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No, the grounds are pretty good right now. We got some work to do around the Fagan building with the fence that's dying. Bill and I have been out there quite a bit over the winter, I believe. Closer. No, Bill and I have been out to the grounds quite a bit this winter, checking it out. It went by pretty good. There's some work to do. And, anybody wants to come out during the week prior to the show, come on out, because there's a lot of work to do out there at that time. Other than that, everything's been going pretty good.
Good. We are. Yep. Brett does a great job. Dino.
Can we get the field roll this year? We get the roller from the
We saw it the other day. We're going to work on that. Again, yes. As soon as Kirk gets here, we'll go down hot wire. Start it up and get it over.
The old one or the new one?
I don't think this is new, what I saw.
So they have a new one that they pull behind a tractor.
They do.
That's got big barrels on it. They have a new one.
Is that the one that was out at the boneyard?
No, they have a newer tractor.
I can go out there and look. We don't talk about that. So, if you got anything to add on to that, Bill? Because you've been out there a lot.
We are looking to add some various grounds equipment this year. Kirsten is working on a lawnmower with some of her friends for a John Deere lawnmower, and we have been advised that it does need to be a John Deere lawnmower. So we are working on acquiring a riding lawnmower for Brett's use. We can use a
Green paint.
string trimmer / weed whacker and a leaf blower and a variety. There's a variety of other tools that we can use as far as brooms, shovels, etc. So we are open to donations on those things, rakes, and things like that, because some of the things that we have age and they pass on, and we're just trying to make sure that we have enough tools to keep the grounds going. We need some garden hoses, we need some new sprinklers, and things like that. We'll put a list together and we'll get that posted so that any of the folks who might want to donate some things can do that prior to AirVenture. We will be having the water in the facility, the buildings, etc., turned on in April, so that we can get things going out there sooner this year. Obviously, the weather has been exceptionally cooperative, and we will have the water turned off later in the year. So,
Yes.
There you go. Well,
Right. Well,
one-
they
once
turned
a
the
year.
water off, what was that? I think the Labor Day,
Yeah. So.
which is way too early. We're also putting some doors in too, I believe, aren't we?
We're working on doors, but we need some other work done prior to putting the doors in, because part of the reason for the doors aging and being damaged was outside of the doors, the concrete pads lifted, which created some issues for the doors too. So, but we are working on that with our friends at EAA. We'll be having a follow-up meeting with them on that in a couple weeks. And before we move on to any other questions on the grounds, Dino.
If you have a lawnmower you want to donate, but it's red, do we have to paint it green?
Yes.
That'd be good. That'll work.
Yes.
Just put JD on.
There you go. Little decal says JD. Yep. Before we move on, let's do some more door prizes. 4259. In the back. All right. Yep. 4304. Oh, good. Oh, another one for El Chaco. 4322. All right. 4279. Should I watch your ticket? 4298. Bob Ehrenberg, Bill had a suggestion about an AED out in the campground. Chris.
I was just thinking in Warbird, need to put that in security. At this point, the ones that I get donated to us. We always talk about getting our own. And when we get our own, how we raise the money to get our own. But then we have to maintain the batteries. We have to maintain the pads. I'm a volunteer firefighter. Yeah. But I'm just trying to.
Yep, good point though. So we'll take a look at that.
Something, if you look at in the campground, there's a huge popularity. And so we should try to figure out how to address that. The first responders, we do a great job. However, there's always that time limit. Just trying to. Exactly, that's something. Where you put it, who would have access to it, and who can use it. Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Anybody can use it. If you can read, you can use it.
So how about we take this, maybe go back and talk with security, because they're on 24/7, make sure we get that coordinated and find out.
We'll talk with Dennis and gang about that. Say again, Kim? Don't know.
They have first aid.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Bill, see you later. Kirsten, did we finish the numbers? All right. Jets.
Hello. Thanks for everybody for last year. We've now hit 2 years in a row where there are more jet movements than ever. In fact, when I start mentioning to guys when they come, the biggest complaint we have all these jets showing up is, can't we bring more? So even this last year, we had 2 jets from Wisconsin that weren't coming because they thought they couldn't get in. So yes, we're maxed out on all of our areas. So in looking at that overall thing, what does jets, equipment, and tugs do? We have all the tugging for Warbirds, but we even sub and take care of the central area. So it's not just alley. It's not just if a T6 needs tugged. It's everywhere. We pulled civilian aircraft. We've pulled. We went down last year and had to work on Super Guppy. So our group is wide ranging, and I never know what new thing will pop up by the day. But we coordinate very well with, we call it West Ramp, but that's really the show center folks that take care of any of the civilian aircraft movements as well as U.S. government and military. So, yeah, he reminds me that, yes, the tri-motor got stuck and we had to go rescue that too. So, took a wrong turn into the mud. So, with that, we evolved this way because, especially after Splash Gosh, where we were using many years ago, we were using every kind of vehicle and type of equipment to move aircraft, which is kind of not a good idea, right? So why? What? Because you could hurt the aircraft. So we want to make sure we're doing it the right way. So that's why the team of guys the teams that are out there have to do this properly. So work on the extra training. That's also why that our groups are working the alley with the special movements or any place else, so we have a larger team than others. Secondly, we have to coordinate a lot with, since there's so many operations, some of our operations which are specialized, I may have a jet go up as many as 8 times in one day. There's some training schools that come in and do some floats, so by the end of the week, we're pretty wore out, tired, and we've got to have equipment and things working. So looking at the overall picture, our job is safety. Our number one job is safety. I think we're doing a great job trying to keep things safe and helping people. So you come to me with anything that we can add to that or help in any way. We'll help everybody, but I think also if you can help us on coordination of requests, because we're also do jump starting of the aircraft, so to speak. And we actually have to do air start carts and some other things for the military jets. So we're all-inclusive type of operation. So I think the operation's been going pretty well. In fact, we've been working on more team coordination meetings with the other groups. So since I own the work on the alley as well, then Matt Throckmorton has been the lead for the last few years. He's decided not to continue as a lead. He still wants to volunteer, but he's just going to back down. And then he requested that Ron McAlport take over. So we will have a new lead for alley work to work with Ben and others. So that's a change that's coming. As far as people change, yes, I'm still looking for more tug drivers. The main reason is, and I'm not saying anything about anybody else's group on working hours, but a lot of us work, we're tugging from 6 a.m. on until the end of the day. So it'd be great if I could get a little bit of a shift going, and that's one of our requests, is to keep that growing, to get the shift work going, so guys can have some more time off. Because it is quite taxing, especially for us older people. So I'm not young anymore, right? And I got a large crew that's not young anymore, so would love to have the help there. As far as equipment goes for the week, our tugs have been, in, thanks to our extra mechanics and the work that we have in the background, our equipment is actually working all week. We did have some problems with some equipment. I don't need to go into detail there, but just looking at the package of being able to tow all these different aircraft and all the tow bars, we're getting some good information on maybe more tugs coming to us, and then we'll start to retire other tugs, but keeping a dually tug operating so that we can pull most anything. And we have a very large MB4 King tug that lets us pull much anything as well. So looking at those pieces of equipment, we can't do without them. So I'll give you an example. For 1989, we had a lease tug with a propane bottle on it that didn't work very well, and that's all we had. But growing to now, over 10 pieces of equipment, plus start carts, plus other equipment. It's a large amount of equipment, but we use everything we have multiple times during the week. And then when you're thinking, we only think about our Warbirds area, our folks will be crossed any part of the ramp, and it could be all the way down at the south end of the field. So that's why our own other groups are asking us to come to service with them as well. So coming up the year, we're trying to ask for a couple more tow bars to work with our team, to add to our tugs to make it more flexible. And then as far as getting all of our equipment service, we may have, there's things like clutch changes and everything that have clutch changes. And we had an errant tug last year, which was the interesting one that kind of started and ran it by itself. So, okay, you go over that. All right. Just trying to go by what the equipment is. And so as far as chocks that was mentioned earlier too, we tend to go steal all the chocks because we don't have any way to tie down. The other aircraft tie down. So during the week, and get more chocks anytime, be great. With the storms that may come in, we make them chalk all three because there's no way for a jet to tie down out there. And you say, well, Scott, why would you need to do all these extra chocks? if you go back in history, we had heavy winds come through, and we actually had an A4 Skyhawk on the ramp that went into the mud, but in the high wind that normally would turn aircraft over, all of our aircraft survived, and the A4 only went into the mud because that chalk slowed it down, having chocks on my nose. So it's very good, very helpful to have this chocks, which we can't thank enough to El Chaco, but we are always looking for more chocks and more equipment help out on the line. Okay. So let's see if I got anything else left. Okay, I don't think I have many more changes. If I got anything, suggestions or additional things we can do to make things better for our group, since we have such a large group and a lot of motion going on, please come to me. I'd love to make any advances as well. Some of the things you guys want to see. I just want to say the team is really working well now on movements and coordination. I'd like to see it improve even more. Yeah. I leave one at the point, and I have one in the alley, and then me. 3. Right. Yeah. So the modification we made this last year was that, we actually are going to, on the back of my ID, I'm actually telling every pilot that comes in, I'm handing them my information. So they can get a hold of me in the coordination, and then all the flight line people have my cell number. And so we're trying to do more cell service if you need something urgent from the tower, because the communications are overwhelming for the number of things that we have to do. So like smoke oil, fuel, I take care of oxygen, things like that. So when this is all occurring, we've started, and we are looking maybe even doing one of the barcode. Like a barcode, but a QR code, so that we can have that number central and keep it working. So not want to take away from the radio, but the radio becomes quite confused because you're covering everything. And so we only want to try to have notification of a jet arrival and a jet departure on the radio, and not standard communications. You should call me on the phone, and we work that issue. Does that make sense? So if all teams want to look at that process, that your new arrival should have the lead's information, because we're going to call that lead and say, hey, what's up with your whatever aircraft? And they need help. In addition, on registration that we've talked about before, as another improvement, was that I can call the owner of that aircraft. Because obviously I don't greet every aircraft. You don't greet every aircraft. We don't know. Why we need that is because there could be an incident in the field, fuel leak, something we got to go report, or just basically get permission to move an aircraft, because that's a requirement for any of mine. I don't have a way to say, this guy's here, I could just move his aircraft anytime I want. No, it's not my aircraft. So just an ideas that we've already tried to implement, and we're trying to expand more. Yeah. Sorry. Probably not, because I have all my contacts to go make the calls. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you.
I've had a variety of email communications with Phil Wild, and he says hello to everyone. Wishes he was here. He's waving from the UK right now. Wave back. Hi, Phil. And he's looking forward to being with us at AirVenture this year. And he's bringing, from my understanding, 2 of his mates with him. 2 buddies. Probably not. But he will be here. But he is also asking for some additional help out in the Elbert area, more full-time, not just floaters, because the floaters just keep bringing them airplanes to deal with. And so he's looking for some further assistance out there. He really likes the groups that have been having various anniversaries, and because they keep bringing more and more Elbert types into the area, and that's definitely an increasingly popular segment of the Warbird community. So he's looking forward to seeing us all, and again, Phil, we say hi to you. And before we move on to merchandise, let's give some more stuff away. Let's give some merchandise away. 4275. 4308. 4308. Oh. All right. 4246. Oh, man. 4272. 4327. Another double dipper. We'll have two merchandise presenters. We'll start with Kristen. Oh, we'll start with Peg. I meant to start with Peg. I knew that.
Projector. Hi. Good morning. Thanks for coming. Thanks for letting me talk. We had 65 volunteers last year, 2,615 hours. Now we get a little boost to our hours because we start, well, already, and we finish the beginning of September. So, and I believe that we are the biggest site for moonlighters. So if you have folks before show, after show that are kind of looking for something to do, have them pop in. We may or may not be able to use them, but we do use a lot of labor before and after show as well as in the middle. We did lose one of our main volunteers this year. Christy Schmidt passed away in October, and we will miss her dearly. If you have people who are coming along with you or with some of your folks who are, they've come for a few years and they've kind of seen it all, we'd love to have them in the shop. It's not hard. If you can check your groceries out at the grocery store, you can work the register. We've been working together with Kristen and Nora. It's been wonderful with some of the board members to do some merchandise selection and do some planning. If you have suggestions for things that you would like to see that you see other places, you can email those to Nora, me, Kristen, and Diane and Pam. Whoever you've got an email address for, send them on and we will look at those and see how they fit into the mix. Questions? All right. If you got things you liked, things you hated last year, let me know. No. If you have things you liked, let me know. If you have things you hated, no. No. Let us all know all the things. Thanks.
So, Nora actually. So Nora has actually taken over a lot of the merchandise day-to-day efforts, as she's doing a lot that I have done in the past, and she's doing a great job. So a plus side to having Nora here is this year, instead of having Linda do everything by herself in the warehouse, Nora and Linda are going to be teaming up to make sure that our merchandise is tagged correctly, make sure that everything is counted and done pretty much. Some of the internal processes are going to change a little bit, but that has nothing to do with anything that's going to happen. But just make sure that if you do want to see something, or if you don't ever want to see anything again, to let us know, because you are the people that are hopefully buying the most of it. So, do you have any questions or concerns? Yes? Yeah, so actually Nora has actually taken over the online store, and she has actually gotten everything that is in our store as of right now up online. So congratulations to her. That was a huge overtaking. We're also hopefully going to start doing stuff where we have new stuff for the holidays, so that we can keep our stuff fresh and not only have the stuff that we have left over, but we'll have a new mix for the holidays, and then after the holidays, then we'll start with AirVenture. So it will hopefully be a rotating thing where we always have something fresh online. We what? Oh, we do. Actually, to be 100% honest, we have grown over 28% over last year on web sales, and so we hope to keep that going. Working with Kyle and Sleeping Dog on a lot of promotional stuff coming up. Rosie Day is coming up, and we put together a big sale for that. That's starting next week, 25% off everything online. So make sure when you see that, you start buying stuff. And we're hoping to get our new stuff online as it starts coming in, or as it starts actually just being ordered. So the stuff that we can reorder in fast time, we have two companies that can do 1 day turnarounds. So that stuff is going to go online first, and we'll be sending out e-blasts about that, new merchandise online. We're just hoping to be way ahead of the game this year, so that's the main goal. So, anything else? Yeah? Warbirds membership only.
And we will have more on that later. Absolutely. Anything for you? I'll get the other stuff, the membership stuff later. Yep. And before we move on to motor pool, let's give some more stuff away. $4288. All right. 4297. 4310. 4303. 4294. There's an orange jumpsuit with her name on it, too. Any more? One more. Four, 3, 1, 2. Dino. Okay, motor pool. Great report. Okay, thanks.
So just a brief review. First off, really, you can't hear me? Somebody's filming this. All right, can you hear me? Good. All right.
Just a reminder to everyone, the courtesy of Sleeping Dog, this is being streamed live via a connection through the Warbird webpage, and on Facebook it is being streamed live from Sleeping Dog to the Warbird Line Crew page and the Warbirds of America page.
And now I have nothing to say. No. All right, so so the applause you hear is the motor pool saying, shut up. Hey, last year we didn't have a bad year at all. And by the way, it is good to see you all again here. Wow, that's amazing. We did have a pretty decent year. We did have a couple of incidents. They are going to lead to some repairs. Let's blame it on artificial intelligence invading our 80-year-old equipment. Some of that stuff, by the way, is older than anybody I can find in this room. And this constant struggle is to find the parts. The skill is not so much a problem, the parts are, to bring that stuff back to life. So right now, we have one oddball piece of equipment that we're considering out of service. We have two very much older pieces of equipment that we're having trouble getting parts for. We're still doing the search for it. We'll be taking one of them apart this weekend. Your tug is going to need some wire too. But yes, but we'll get on it. As Scott was saying earlier, we are looking at how to replace equipment and the kind of equipment we need to have. That's constantly ongoing. And then finally, just to keep this short, you may have noticed last year was the first year of operation for the M715 Jeep that was donated to us by Frasca International, is it? Yeah. Several years ago. Had a locked up engine. We spent a lot of time rebuilding, freeing that up, got it operational. We didn't know who would find that thing to be useful. As it turns out, first responders have it, but the week before, Kristen Shake really enjoys the fact that it's there and has us going to the warehouse with it. It'll carry anything she wants carried. It does lack one thing. It is not weatherproof. It does not have a canopy over the driver's compartment. If you're wearing shorts, that's a real surprise the first time you sit down in the hot summer sun. And to that end, Randy Ball's team sent us a donation of $150 late in the year. That has gone into a fund to buy a new canvas top for the M715. Guess what? You can't buy one of those for $150. If you can get it for $450, we should probably do it. I'll write you a check myself. But if you're looking for something to donate to, I know there's many things you can donate to. We would like to specifically donate to the M715 Top Fund. Send the funds to Kristen. Let her know that's what you want it for. And after that, any questions? I love it when that happens. It's like I kill the room, you know?
You're good.
All right, I have nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Motor Pool. And guess what? Before we move on to pilot registration, let's give some more stuff away. Because we have stuff. 4313. All right. 4293. 4270. Get some stuff. Go, sorry, 4320. 4320. 4334. El Chaco. So speaking of pilot registration,
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chris. My co-chair is Cindy, who was not able to attend. I'm not sure if she's watching online or not, but we registered 380 Warbirds this year. We opened Saturday at noon, as everybody knows. We did 79 that day, and then Sunday is our biggest day, assuming the weather's all right. We did 160, and it tapers off after that. We're a second year into our new software package this year. The old one had a fail-safe in it where you couldn't register the same N number twice. And the new one does not have that yet. So we, Kim did, and the reporting isn't finalized yet. So she exported everything to Excel and found 10 different instances of a plane being registered twice. We finally got convinced Alan that it was an issue, and he went through and found 17. So he corrected them, and he plans to fix it this year. I'm not trying to say those people were trying to get 2 sets of wristbands, but the way it is right now, somebody could walk past a T-34, write down the end number, come in and register it. If they're a Warbirds member, we'll give them stuff. So the old package had a check in there that prevented us from doing that. Pre-registration seems to be working out well. It gets better every year. Like we talked about earlier, and especially in the heavies, it's nice if they know about how many are going to be there. So all you leads, if you can encourage the pilots to pre-register, when they get out of the plane, say, did you pre-register? You don't have to do anything if they say no, but at least get them thinking about it. The first year of the new software package, there was too many degrees of freedom in pre-registration where the pilot would put in the category of his plane, his or her plane. And we had T-28s that were L-birds, fighters, bombers, and I had one that was a foreign jet trainer. So we have to go back in and correct all that stuff. Let's see. This is the point where every year I whine about not being able to get at the old software package. As clumsy as it was, it's got 30 years of data in it that we can't even look at now. And I know it still exists. There's probably some very interesting names in that. And a couple months ago, Bill texted me and said, when was the last time a fairy swordfish came to Oshkosh? And I knew I'd taken pictures of it, but with the old software package, I could just run a report by year and see when the last time it was. I went out online and searched a little bit and got him his information, but that just a read-only copy of that old database would be a big help. Let's see. I guess the last thing, we had plenty of everything that we stuffed the pilot packs with this year, but we ran out of wristbands. We had a real run on weekly wristbands, and everyone was out of the office. And so we did a short-term workaround where we took a Sharpie marker and wrote weekly on some daily ones, and believe it or not, it worked. Nobody got stopped. They all came in and turned it back in for weeklies the next day. But we'll try to do a better job of staying ahead of it this year. And then finally, the last year I talked about the group of C-47s that came in and came to us and said EAA or Warbirds told them there was no room for them and they had to go to vintage. And so we gave them, $600 worth of wristbands and 2 pilot packs and all this other stuff, because if Warbirds tells you you're on the west ramp, you're still displaying it with us as far as we're concerned. Our rules that last I've been told are that if you're a Warbird member and you display it on Warbirds end or wherever Warbirds tells you to go, you still get the stuff. But if you choose to go to vintage to camp under your plane, then we don't give you all the stuff. If that's changing, then we need to know about it. But 2 guys came up this year and gave me the same story, and I said, so you're saying Warbirds sent you down there? And he kind of hemmed and hawed a little bit. And I said, yeah, a couple guys came in last year and scammed me. I took some heat for it, and so they screwed it up for everybody. And he said, thank you very much, turned around and walked away. So again, if they come down and display by us or they're told to go somewhere by Warbirds, they're still in. Yeah, so if you are telling people that they go to vintage, at West Ramp, the judges will go judge them down there too, if Warbirds has them there. Yes, sir. Yeah, well, there was the 1 year, Splash Gosh, there was 1 year where people were being told not to even land because there was no place to park them, and they'd come in a car and said, EAA told us, or Warbirds told us there's no place to park, and we gave them their stuff because it wasn't their fault. But if they just want to camp under their airplane and they're not going to show it to our visitors, then we don't give them anything. So. Yeah. Well, we need a name. If they tell it to us now, it's okay. Who told you that? And we'll give them a call. Yeah. Yeah. So what they're saying is that they never tell the line crew never tells people to go park someplace else. And so we understand that, but if they tell us that, I'm not going to call them a liar right to their face. I'm going to say, who told you? All right. They can get a chip from greeters sometimes not. But if again, at West Ramp, if like the Aeroshell T6s, they all come down and they register, they're all parked at the West Ramp. We don't make them get a chit, go back to their plane and all that stuff. So it's, if they're that far away and they tell us that they've been told to go there, now we make them verify.
You can always call leadership.
Yep. Yeah, that's where,
That's all we're trying to do.
yep.
Have it during the day. You think doesn't matter. If I have to put them down there on the west ramp, that's where they're gonna go. I'll know about it because we get that. I'm gonna pick them up on later in the week, so pretty much I know what's going on down the west ramp that's approved. Right? That they're a vintage guy coming to you. Scan.
Yeah. So yeah, the
Yeah, I get it daily from the. It comes from West Ramp. What's gonna be on the sled. So I know that's
yeah. So I guess long way around. If someone's supposed to be on West Ramp or someplace other than in Warbirds, if we get to know about it, then we'll not give them the third degree when they get there.
For example, the C-123 went down West Ramp, they used to be back to us.
Yeah.
In that case, they're Warbird sponsored, whereas other airplanes stay down there all week and they with us, but they might be flying in and approved because of West Ramp shows that.
Yep. So the statement was that West Ramp sometimes requests planes like the C-123 to be down there for a few days. That's fine by us as long as we get confirmation. All right, that's all I have. Ramp.
Next is ramp, the heavies side of ramp. That would be.
I don't know.
It would be the non-T28 side of the ramp.
Oh, well.
Yep. Sea Furies, yeah, stuff like that. Steve did not. No, I'll have to beat him for that. Okay, we'll go past there to Dino.
Not our own. It's over there, but not necessarily our own. Sure. But where we have some. We're always able to borrow. When we need it, when we have it, when we need it. I have to look. It's here. We borrow the. We borrow the one that comes out of West. We use it all week. We don't use it back there. Really hard. That's better. We have to tell borrow, we borrow, yes. And they don't usually ask for it back. I have to. Plus the 247 for your own.
Okay.
I don't know what you need on the other heads. Didn't have any major problems, it's just whether we have space or not.
Yep. And one of the things that we have been communicating to some of the jet groups in particular is if you do want to park on the Warbird side, when because we have had an increased population of jets, show up early. If you want to be staged together in particular, if you have a group, show up early. Don't show up Thursday or middle of the week, and then you won't have necessarily your choice of a parking spot. Safety. Randy, did you want to say something on safety? The safety. Just be safe. Stay hydrated. Shower. Dennis security.
Good morning. Spoke with Denny Simpson a couple of days ago. Obviously, he's not able to make it. He's in good spirits. He's feeling good, and he just wanted to say hi to everybody. First thing I want to talk about is the CAPs. Oh, okay. The first thing I want to talk about the CAPs, the Civil Air Patrol Cadets. I've had a request from Major Hiller regarding us needing cadets. Okay. What she is again requesting, and it's gotten better over the years, is contact me, and I'll give you my phone number. If you need cadets for work or for anything else, I need a couple hours notice, and call me at area code 219-608-9932. 219-608-9932. If you would text me, that would probably be the best, is text me your name, the area that you're at, and briefly what you need, and then I'll get a hold of you from there. Several years ago, they were receiving requests from all different areas, so we decided that one person needed to be kind of the liaison to the CAP, and I guess I was elected to do that. Okay, so the CAP, just so you know, will be available for work the Friday before the show starts. So if you need them on Thursday, chances are we're not going to get them. Kristen, you will have them on Friday and Saturday. Okay? Yep. Right. Yeah. They're needed on the grounds. Peg, if you need them in merchandising, let me know. Okay. Like I said, text me what you need, or when you need it, things like that. They have a work crew. I'm not going to guarantee you're going to get what you want. I've not heard as far. But I don't think it's been reduced. They were hoping to increase the flights, but I have not heard from them yet. They seem to be running behind and making decisions and things like that. So hopefully here in a couple of weeks I'll hear from them. Any questions on that? Clear as mud. Good. Okay. As far as security goes, last year we had 135 volunteers who worked a total of 3,121 hours. We had several additional areas of responsibility from what we normally had, and we were, for the most part, able to cover all of those additional areas with the volunteers that we were able to get. Let's see. For Rhonda, if she's listening, I have additional signs ordered for you for your area, no parking. So we'll have more of those. For camping, I also have got some signs for you for no parking along the fence. Last year we had to steal half of theirs in order to get them over into Fighter Town. And we've got some additional signs for Warbird Alley and Warbird and Review to try to keep scooters and carts off of the hardtop over there. Hey, I'm thinking of her. Okay. Last year we instituted something, a cap and nap. We put a checkpoint up to try to keep vehicles from coming into our area that were not basically supposed to be in the area. It was very successful. We were able to reduce the number of vehicles that were normally on the field significantly. We are increasing the hours for that from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. So we're doing everything we can to try to reduce the number of vehicles that are getting in the way of the aircrafts being moved and things like that. So we really appreciate your understanding and your cooperation, especially with Flightline. We're trying to do our best. We will never eliminate vehicles in there. Unfortunately, it's just not anything that's going to happen. But if we can reduce it significantly, I think that's a good start. So that's basically all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me? Great. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. The security person that was responsible for getting the coughing starting this morning is responsible for not getting his Jeep stolen. I did like the rainbow on it, though. That was nice. Yeah, John. John's question is there a time that we set for setting up the cones and sterilizing the area? What Randy and I and Bill, we go to the briefing at noon. At that point, we make a decision on what's going to be, what's flying, and what sterilization we need, whether it's going to be the whole field or if it's just going to be an area. At that time, we then make a decision on what time we're going to sweep. And I can tell you, pretty much it's usually around 2 o'clock. Between 1:45 and 2 o'clock is when we do our sweep. Depending on what we have flying, that depends whether we do a full sweep back to the buildings or if Kevin sets the cones and we sweep to the cones. Pardon? Oh, flight line safety? Right. Flight line safety is the one that sets the cones. When we do a full sweep, that's a decision between Randy and myself. That has nothing to do with Kevin at that point. Once we sweep to the building, once we've recovered all our aircrafts, then Kevin will set the cones and we'll let the spectators come up to the cones. Okay, would it help if I came to you, if I found you and said, we're going to sweep at 2 o'clock? Okay, I can do that. Yeah, because usually I will go to the Devil Dog and the B-25s there. I will let them know when we're going to sweep. So I'll find you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, Mark. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, and last year we did actually start contacting the tower and letting them know, and it helped. I don't know if you can do something with the siren. Yeah. It's real dull when you get back by the point. You can't even hear it. Okay, yep. Go further out. So I'd rather have it be overtly loud because it is a safety. Right, exactly. So, point noted, I'll make it in my notes. And I will make sure that the tower is contacted as soon as we make the decision. Yeah. That'll work. Anything else? Thank you.
Part of the duties that security also handles are the campgrounds, and having the number of vehicles in the campgrounds and people and issues out in the campgrounds as well. So they cover all of that stuff for us. So we appreciate that. Jenny. Oh, great. Oh, good.
You sure? Okay. This is from Steve about the ramp. It's just a small note. He said everything went well. The airline safety box wasn't a huge issue for him. But he said the biggest problem he had is somehow a lot of non-pilots and non-essential crew members are getting past the show line. So I don't know if there's some way we could monitor that a little better, because he said he kind of got in trouble with the FAA a little bit about that. Okay, that's all he had, but he sent it to me, so I thought I'd pass it on.
It depends on where they register. They would register as a Warbird. Yeah. Yep. There you go. And there are a few of those that have aircraft that are in need of being out of the weather, etc., be it even sunshine. So, yeah. And before we move, well, actually on simulators, it was a pretty good year. They had an extra simulator in there. They are contemplating a 6th simulator. And it's, you know, a phenomenal program. Just really is. So, and it's executed in the Vlado Lenik Youth Education Center. And that's something else that, you know, we all need to remember is that you know, we need to keep thinking about our replacements, not only, you know, as volunteers, but also in the aviation community, in the Warbird community. So, okay, before we move on to the T6 area, guess what we're going to do? Okay, and Mark says we need a bathroom break too. Let's do the numbers first. 4285. 4285. 4306. All right, see, it pays to buy a few extra tickets. 4254. 4244. 4. Whoa, I should have said 2. 4263. You can always tell when someone's excited about that. And it seems to be the center of the room. Okay. Another one, or that was that it? Okay. Bathroom break. Oh, okay, that was it for the bathroom break. Now we're there's a notebook that you can steal off of the.
Olive draft in white letter, just like 2 weeks ago.
If anyone needs a bottle of water, it's in the cooler on the counter at the kitchen. Bottled water, cooler, kitchen. Okay, we're putting a lock on the restroom doors, so hopefully everyone's had a chance. We will get back to the meeting. Oh, good. There's water in the green cooler. There's soda in the gray Coleman cooler. And we have some snack sticks that we just put out, which are really, really good. So let's get back to doing some things. And then someone stole Linda Bongers. There she is. And we have a tremendous amount of really cool stuff to auction off. And Linda is going to be working on that right now with us. So we are going to come all the way. Actually, let's start with some liquor. Oh, good. And here we have our first auction item. First auction item is booze. You'd think that would quiet everyone down. And to introduce the booze,
All right. So for those of you that are interested, there's 4 bottles of booze on the table over here. I call them brandies, but there is no distillation involved on my end. I buy the vodka at Costco, and I mix it with sugar and fruit and let it clarify. And so far as I know, it's completely legal. Well, I can't get any money back for it. That's the only thing. So I've had blackberry and strawberry rhubarb here in the past. There's 2 new ones. My wife and I were going through Gay's Mills last September, and the apples weren't ready, but we bought a full crate of peaches. Got them home, and they were so ripe they were going to last about 3 days, so I had no choice. I had to make brandy out of that, too. So the tall bottle is a peach brandy. It didn't clear up quite as much. It's still a little cloudy, but it's good. And then the small bottle, I've made brandies out of what people call choke cherries or pin cherries. You know, the wild cherry tree. They're about the size of a pea. You can't pick them up off the ground because by the time they fall, they're kind of dry and wrinkly. So you got to pick them by hand, like Juan Valdez in his coffee plantation. But because they're on trees, I'm on top of an 8-foot stepladder doing it. So they're kind of a pain to do. Then when you finally get them, half of the thing is a pit, so you don't get much out of them. But it tastes pretty interesting new, and over time it develops sort of a dark chocolate flavor. That's the first bottle that's ever made it out of our house. So, and I can pretty much guarantee you won't see another one again.
Okay, the first thing we're going to have is the blackberry brandy. Do we have an opening bid? So, $20. $30. Matt? Going once. Going to 40. Oh, $40. He's going to buy this for me. $40. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And Nora, do you want to take the money? I don't know. Do you want to take that? All right. Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. All right, the second one is the strawberry rhubarb brandy. Starting bid. I want it. $40. Any more? Going once. Going twice. Sold to Dave. You'll have to talk to Chris on how that's paid. All right. Then we have the peach brandy. $30. Any more? 35, 40, 50. Ooh. Ooh. $50. 55.
You can't use the money we're paying you for the other liquors.
55. Bob. Okay, going once, going twice, going 3, 55 for Bob and pay Chris. And then we have our wild cherry. 30. 40. This is medicinal, I was told. All medicinal. $40. 45. Any more? $50. $50. Any more? Going once, going twice, going $3. $3. Going 3 times. $50. And I haven't even had anything. $50. Is this? No, that's not. All right, then we're gonna walk over there.
Have you been sipping before doing the
I
video? Okay.
wish. All right, I have 10 of the Warbirds Rock Your Wings t-shirts, starting bids, 3X and 4X. But they're good night shirts if you want. They're good night shirts. Any bids? Somebody. $5 for a 4X. It's sold. $10 for a 3X. Sold. Yeah. I still have some 2X and 3X. 3X and 4X. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go on and we'll come back. 10 for a 3X. Here. I'll come back to those. Oops, I'm sorry, sir. I have an umbrella.
What does it say on the umbrella?
I don't know. We'll have Dave open it. Wait a minute. It's got a Warbirds logo.
Warbirds of America.
It's nice for in your car when you're driving. All of a sudden you get somewhere and you figured you forgot your umbrella. It's a nice one to keep in your car.
That does not qualify as a canopy cover for the M715.
So. The $7.50. $5, anybody? $5? Oh, I got $5 in the back. Sold. I'm going to just go on. So I have Rosie the Riveter necklace. Nice little gift. Anybody? Rosie the Riveter? Usually goes for $13. How about $5?
You know what you could do, Linda, is put that together with the Rosie the Riveter chalk that is further down the line there.
Oh,
and do a Rosie the Riveter collection.
Oh, we could do that's a good idea. We're going to do a collection. We got Rosie the Riveter chalk, Rosie the Riveter mug, and Rosie the Riveter necklace. It's all three. All three. I have $25 for the set.
Dave Jackson is suggesting it really has tremendous value and could go for more, right, Dave?
I think so too.
They're sold for $60 at
They're
the
sold
Warbird
for $60.
merchandise
So
store.
I think we have a minimum of $50 for the three.
All three. The three is
The three of them.
It's a great bundle.
$50. Any higher? 50?
What do you have so far?
I have 50. Gentlemen in the $50 going once, going twice, sold. Yay! And I have there's a basket here. It's above my head almost. So it is looks like a coffee mug. Do we know what's? Homemade Kahlua with, oh, yum. Homemade Kahlua with a coffee mug and coffee.
Do you want to add any more description to make it even more enticing?
Homemade Kahlua with health benefits, and it'll help grow your hair. How about that?
Who said $100? I heard it. I heard it. I heard 100. But I know homemade Kahlua is really, really good. You
Where's
cannot go
Dennis
wrong.
Behana?
Dave, can you reach? I'm not going to try to get it down. It's the whole basket.
And it aids hair growth?
$30. Is that a good price? 30? Oh, that's got to be
Oh, look at the size of that
That's
bottle.
a lot of Kahlua. 40. $40? Any more? It's really good, and they got the mugs and coffee with it. You carry it in your mug. Nobody knows. It's just coffee. You're right. Coffee with creamer. $40. Going once. 50. Any? You want 60 with $60. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Yay. And her coffee. So we have a World War II aircraft puzzle, 1,000 piece. Just like a real airplane, you're right. Easier to store.
Some of you may have seen this around December 26th, when fortunately my daughter and her husband were able to put that 1,000 piece puzzle together, even though they gave it to my wife and I as a Christmas gift, because they have younger eyes and they can see all the little pieces. All the pieces are back in the box, honest. It really...
What a great idea, too, is you put it together, you flip it over, and you write a letter on the back, and then you mail it to someone so they have to put it together to read the letter. $10. Tyler, $15. Going once, going twice, sold. 15. The gentleman in the yellow. So we have the volume 3 of the Warbirds in Review from 2000. There must be 3 set. Yeah, volume 3 of the 2017 Warbirds in Review set. So, I don't know what.
T-34 Mentor, King Cobra, 38 Talon. So it's 47 Thunderbolt, 33 Shooting Star.
Speakers include Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, Joe Engel, produced by Sleeping Dog, our very own Sleeping Dog Productions, and has a sticker on the back says 1999.
So do you have an opening offer? $10. $10. Sold. Going once, twice, sold. So we're going to do a couple. Oh, here is a set. It is a knife, and then we have 2 books, Code Talker and Flyboys. And you know what? We're going to put the Warbirds mug in with it so that you can have your cup of coffee. You could get it with your Kahlua and have your book and have that handy knife with it. $20. 25. 30. It's good nighttime reading. Even during the day, it's starting to get warm. Sit outside. 35. 40. 40.
Yeah, I'm bidding for Bill.
40. Go.
45.
45. All right. 45. Going once, twice, sold. I'll just leave it there, Matt. So I have a Christmas ornament and then the Legends of the Sky playing cards. Do you want to open it? Should I do a 3 here? And a pedometer. So there's the card. Are we opening bid? $10. $10. Anybody else? Going once? 15. Yeah, 15. Going once, twice, sold. I don't know who said it. Back there. Thank you. All right. Okay, we have a 4 imprint bag. We have, and inside of it is a water bottle, a speaker, wireless, a little glass case, 2023. I don't want to put it on top of his thing. And then emoji sticky pad. So I have 2 of these. So opening bid, we can take 2 bidders. Or we can take as many bidders as we want. $10. Anybody else? 15. 15. Do we have another bidder? So 15. Once, twice, 3 times. Just bring it to. Okay. Does someone want to buy the other one for 15? Exact same thing. You'd be matching. Again, if you have your coffee with your Kahlua, it would really go well in here. Sure. Okay, 15. There you go. Sold. How about a chalk Stand with Israel, and then we'll put a. Okay, Stand with Israel. Chalk. Starting bid 50? Is that what we? Starting bid 50. It's really? It's even signed. Any bid? 50? $50. Anybody else? Going once, twice, sold. All right. So we have a hat. It is the North American Training Association. We have 4 hats, 3 NADA. Oh, they're all the same.
Those are all courtesy of our friends at NADA. And
so we have a black and 2 tan and like a little darker tan. I did not. So what did? Yes. $5.
And for those of us who remember our good friend Chuck Marshall, Chuck was not only the treasurer for Warbirds of America, but contributed on a variety of other fronts for Warbirds, and was a significant person in the NATA organization to actually bring it back from what was a low about 6-7 years ago, and Chuck really did a lot of work on that.
Okay, I'll sell each one for $10. All right, that's 2 of them. I have 2 left. You get the first choice. You get the second choice. I got 2 more. All right, you can buy 2. And then who was the other one that just said? All right, I have all 4 sold for $10 each.
Give me a black one, Greg.
Excuse me?
He gets first choice.
Yeah. Those are only one black.
There's only one black.
Who asked?
El Taco. No.
This one? And then who got the 4th one? Okay. Here. All right. And now you can plan your own little assault. We have the Combat Action Military Playset. Oh, yeah, here. We're going to put all 3 of the toys together. We have a little. That one's separate? That's because we have the A-10 and the Combat Military. Putting them together. This is the Combat Action Military Playset. Toys. You can plant them all over the house inside plants. Just, bomb from the ceiling. You could have a lot of fun. You could hang them by your hanger. $10. I have $10. Sold. Thank you. This one? All right. Then I have I am so bad. Thank you. A 51. Oh, I almost dropped it. P51 Mustang. Yeah, she gets the money.
$20.
$20. Anybody else? 20? Once?
Come on, Jenny. Poke your mom. Have her bid. Online bidding.
Online, is there, yes, that's true. Is there any online bidding? All right. Once, twice, sold to Matt. Oh, all right. Yeah. It's not staying at my house. I don't care. We'll go back to those.
Tell you what, Linda?
Yes?
Let's let those for our lunchtime.
Okay.
And we can get back to our meeting because we still have a whole bunch of stuff to go through. In fact, speaking of T6s, I think Jenny's been designated to do the T6 area. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I thought she was a floater. I could call her on for anything. I might as well just do T6, T34s all together. I was talking to Charles a little earlier. We had a decent year. We had 52 T34s and 54 T6s. Lots of movement. Not a whole lot to say. I have a great crew there. We move a lot around the field. We're kind of running back and forth. We have a large area to cover. Looking to continue to do great things. Again, I have nothing really big for either of those. So, absolutely. Yeah, you got more volunteers, especially if they're young and willing to run.
Warbird Tower.
Hey everybody, good to see everybody here today. While I got you here, I'd like to talk to you about the wonderful opportunities with Amway. It's going to be great. Lots of opportunity for everybody here today. Very good. Lots of fun. It's okay. Loosen your butt cheeks. You're supposed to have fun here, people. Don't want to be too political. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Warbird Tower, we had a good year, except for one actually very serious incident at the very end of the week. Our tower winch, the mount that it goes on, if you're familiar, it actually failed and broke. And not the winch itself, but the mounting mechanism broke, and the whole winch assembly went down, and unfortunately hit one of my volunteer buddies, Mark Gibson's Jeep hood. Fortunately, it didn't hit Mike Hance, one of our volunteers in the tower, but we're hoping to get that repaired, Bill. Overall, though, I think communications went well. We always have problems because of noise and all the other mayhem that goes up there, so any suggestions are always welcome, but be gentle. I'd also like to thank all the guys that come up, the real core guys. We have a number of many volunteers, but a lot of them don't stay the whole week, and that's not on them or anything. But the core I want to thank is, of course, my partner in crime, Grant Hastings, who couldn't be here because he flies for United, and he's also always on vacation. If you haven't seen him on Facebook. Anyway, I want to thank Grant and Mark Schuler. You're out there. I don't know you're watching, Mr. Schuler. He's like our go-to guy. If anybody can't make it or someone doesn't show up, he's always in the tower helping out. The other guys are Mark Gibson, of course. I want to thank Mark. And the shotgun shells. That's a delicacy of Mr. El Chaco. That's a long story, but you don't want to hear that. Tim Miller. And, of course, Mike Hance, he's our guru that put together the intercom system that's still got some bugs in it, but we're working that all out. As far as the other things that need to be addressed besides the winch mounting system that hopefully be taken care of, we also have molding around the big picture windows. That's all rotted. That needs to be replaced. We're also in need of replacing the kick plate step that leads into the tower from the top of the stairs. So hopefully that'll get addressed this spring or early summer. And one other thing, we're looking at replacing the carpeting up in the tower cab itself. So if anybody has any extra carpeting, especially indoor outdoor type, maybe 12 by 12 that we could use, I sure would appreciate it. Otherwise we'll procure it somehow, some way. We always do. I think that's about it. One other thing on a side note, project I've been working on, John Lydell here from Squadron 32 and also a Warbirds member. Carl, who also runs the safety and training operation for Warbirds. I noticed last year or the year before, a lot of these training models, if you've ever been in the training room, it's kind of a mayhem mess. But a lot of the models that we had for display and for training purposes got destroyed. So I kind of took it upon myself to see if we could get new ones and get them replaced. And John's a master modeler. He's in a modeling club. That's where's your club exactly, John? Yeah, in Ixonia, beautiful downtown Ixonia. And met with them a couple months ago, and he's building all new models for us. We can use them as training aids for our people that are volunteering. So let's give John a round of applause, and for all his guys that are helping out for this little side project. So it's going to be a nice little enhancement to training and safety and so forth. I think that's about all I got. The last thing I wanted to mention is if you haven't seen it and you don't watch Apple TV, Masters of the Air kicks ass. So if you can find it through someone to watch it, it's a 9-part series. It's the companion to Band of Brothers, produced by Spielberg and Tom Hanks. And I've been watching it for the last couple weeks, and it's fantastic. So I heartily recommend it. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. And that museum, by the way, if you've never been down to New Orleans, the World War II History Museum down there is phenomenal as well. But anyway, that's all I got. Sorry I babbled too much, but yeah, what's Scott? Phone number? For the tower? Well, we have a burner phone because she's my dealer. Yeah. Through NCIS, we got it. When Gibbs retired, she got it. We have... Yeah, we're yes, we're doing the same thing that we're trying to tie in, use the phone, and we only get those like a week before. We don't know the number until we get it. Yeah. Well, there you go. So it's okay. So now that we have a new administration, things are moving forward. So. No offense. Anyway, but yeah, so that's all moving forward, and that'll make things hopefully easier for all of us out on the line and working together. So yes, so Kristen, AKA Radar, she'll take care of you. So, oh, that's true. No, she's 0.2 or 2.0. 2.0. Anyway, all right, I babbled too much. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mark. In a recent article in some of the regional papers in northeast Wisconsin, there was an article about one of the airmen from the Bloody 100th who was from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, and who was actually he's not featured, but his character is reprised in the series. John, Training Command.
Not much new to report, though, but we did have a really great year last year. I'm really proud of the crew. We have an absolute... Sorry, is that better? Okay. We have a really absolutely fantastic crew. I'm still feel like the newbie in all this group, but over the last few years we pulled together. We got 12 people that have been very reliable, great group. We're kind of like a family now. It's kind of cool through Facebook. We're staying connected through the year, and I really love the people we work with. I think we're just really been great to be a part of it. This year I've been working on for years. the years we've been doing it, I'd like to get a walk of trainers. We'd have like sandwich boards with every trainer represented so you can actually walk through the history of the trainer aircraft. If we actually have the planes there, then we'd put that in front of that particular aircraft. I'd like to have like a photo and a description of everything, and as you walk through, you could walk kind of like through a progression. And we're even thinking the idea of like maybe with the tram right next door, this could maybe be like leading into the, because there's always people standing in line there. It could maybe integrated with something with that as they're waiting, they could be looking at these sandwich boards, learning about training, seeing our planes there and so forth. So that's kind of one of the plans, dreams, whatever I have to make happen. But again, I love working with the crew I got there. I said several of them are here with us today. It's just been really fantastic being a part of it, and I love being part of this group. So took me all these years to get involved, and now I've been just loving it. So thank you for having me. So.
And hiding around here somewhere is Joe Gelhard to talk about trams. Did Joe run away? He was here. Paging Joe Gelhard. Joe, white courtesy phone. Anyway, Joe was here earlier, and he is Victor's #1 guy on the tram program. The tram program, again, had record numbers of participation. It's an excellent program. The folks just rave about it who go on the trams, and it is greatly appreciated, and it does generate considerable interest for Warbirds, and we do get quite a few members out of the effort as well. So also today there are 3 different caps that were provided by our sponsors for the trams, the Concord Battery folks, and let's see who else is back here, Tempest and Hartzell Propellers. And one of the requests that we have for the folks who do grab one of those hats, that we get a photo of the several of you together that we can pass back to the sponsors. They really appreciate that. So, and then volunteer training. I wonder who that is. Oh, question in the back. Oh, hi, Jenny. We can talk with them about that. Yep. So you're not familiar with the Warbird area? Okay. Okay. Carl, you need to have a little chat with Jenny. Yeah, I don't know where they're floating. Mike.
Okay, so last year we actually put 110 people through the class, which is the best we've ever done. Pre-COVID, we were doing about less than 50. The first year after COVID, we had 60 some, and the year before that, 99. Last year we crossed in over 100. The big piece that helps with that is when the leads and the folks who've been around for a while show up too. And it's really important that we have people doing that. Just like, in any leadership training, you can send all the young guys to a class and they don't, they sit there and listen to it. But, it's different when you have experienced people sharing their experience. So the more we do that, the better off we are. And that helps us develop that standardization so that no matter where you go, you get the same thing. That's, what we want is same thing out of every place we go, so that if we tell you to turn or if we tell you whatever we're doing, we want that consistency. And John's working on that standard operating procedure to where we have that consistency, so when people come to us, they see the varsity team, they know what we're doing, and it all just works.
I got a question.
Shoot.
What day is your first class going to be?
Typically Saturday, because and you came and asked about that too. And the challenge becomes Thursday and Friday we're still probably setting up. The room is where everything gets buried when we're gone for the year. So the first day is a complete circus, dragging everything out of there Thursday and Friday. So by the time I can do a class, it's usually Saturday morning. I try for 9, 1, and 3, and then on Sunday I've tried 8, 10, 1, and 3. And the challenge is if people can get there and if anybody's going to get up that early. But I'll do classes whenever we need one.
The reason I'm asking is because as tug drivers and sometimes, our crew, after, as you get closer to opening day, it gets busier and busier. It's harder for us to get away.
Right.
So it'd be great if those of us who have a hard time getting away can get in early.
Okay. Is Saturday at 9 too late?
How about Thursday?
Well, see, the problem is Thursday the room is literally buried in chocks and canopies and all the junk.
Just let us know when the earliest class.
Right.
I would want to get in. Okay, Saturday and Sunday may not be busy, but we may have things to.
Right, you're setting up too. Yeah, you're setting up too, and that's a challenge for everybody. We're all setting up, and we're all pulling stuff out of boxes, and we're all trying to get it all back together. And yeah, and that's the balancing act. But the challenge becomes, finding a way to make that time happen. But yeah, I'll do one whenever, and I could do one after. If we want to do one at 7 o'clock at night, but I don't think I haven't had anybody ever want to show up that late. So,
This is every year. If we were there last year, we're there this year again. Every year we do this.
Right. Okay, if you would do an evening class, I'd do an evening class. We can do one Saturday night or Sunday night, whichever works. Because our best bet is to knock those out early, because that way, we've all been gone for a year, or we're all dusty. This isn't our normal day job, and so that whole point of we all just sit around and kind of think about it and get our heads back into the race, so that when the airplanes show up, we're not going, oh gosh, I should have done that as the airplane went past you. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we typically post the schedule. It's over by the flatline trailer. It's on the door. It's over in the food shack. So there's a bunch of places it is. But we could take a look at if people would like to do a Saturday, and so here's a question. If you want to do one, after hours instead of during working hours, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. I mean, how late do we want to go? Because part of it's a balancing act with supper, and then the other thing is we don't want to be there till midnight, and the ending of the air show. So if we want to do a night one, I'm open to suggestions. There you go. Yeah. Okay. So we can, the challenge is, when I get there as well, because I still got to get my tent up and I got to get my act together. But if we can try doing a Friday at least, if that helps folks. Yes, ma'am. It's set up to be 2 hours, and the reality is there's a lot of duplication. It's meant to be 2 independent modules that can be conducted. I can usually get it down in about an hour-ish, especially if it's folks that have been here forever, because we don't need to belabor all this stuff. When I've got new folks that have never been on, and you get like CAP people or college kids that don't have any experience and want to come do this, they need a little more effort. Most of the stuff we can click through the slides and we don't have to talk about nearly as much. So. Right, we don't, and so but we could take a look at that. You know, and then that gets into figuring a way to schedule. It's not a bad idea. You know, and the challenge is building it to where we get all it done. Like 2 years ago when we were in Sheboygan, was it, at the museum? So we had kind of a shortened version we did there just as a refresher for those of us. And right. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Steve. Okay. Anybody else got anything? Because we can take a look at doing one. If they can get the room clear, I can try knocking classes out on Friday. And then we can take a look from there beyond that. If we need to do a nighttime class, I mean, I'm flexible. We can make one up. It's not like I'm going anywhere. We're there for the week. So, thanks.
All right. Welcome, Warbirds. Anyone from Welcome Warbirds? Going once? Jenny, Welcome Warbirds? Bill? Absolutely. It's either you or Jenny.
All right, I'm Bill Crable. I've been a volunteer with Welcome Warbirds about 6 years. I'm just strictly a volunteer. Our shirts say "Don't yell at us," which is nice. I guess in general we have about 6 carts. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Welcome. Okay, some not, some are. We try to get out there to most of the aircraft that are called to. Don't always make it to all of them, but I would appreciate some feedback. If let us know if we're doing pretty good or we're really missing it or anything like that. Now, one thing for the Veterans Parade, all of the carts are taken for the veterans to go down the runway. So if any planes need to be checked in for a chit card at that time, probably not going to happen. But at this time, any questions at all? Yes. I think there are. Yeah, Trish will be the person to contact about that. But I think the emails I've been receiving, she's pretty well stocked up on volunteers. Well, no, that's a good question too, because there's been a little bit of variation. Sometimes we're told we're not supposed to cross a certain line, and other times, well, why aren't we out there? I'm not real clear on that exactly. I guess we do need to have, any cart that's out there needs to have the light on. And Scott can address this too a little bit for clarity. I think that's the main thing.
We go by protocol. Basically, when flight line safety takes over, we're not supposed to have anything across there but our orange shirts. There's cases though we're trying to get people back and forth, and they've come in and helped us. We actually will escort Warbird Welcome to get groups out as the aircraft are returning, just to get them out of the way, move them out fast. Simple rules though. They're not supposed to be the other side or any area where the active aircraft are. So without escort. So if there's somebody from flight line, our guys want to escort them to go there and go help people, that's fine. The biggest problem we keep having with them is communication, and we're always trying to work on that. So people can help us suggestions, as we were talking earlier about the tower and some coordination with phones. Sometimes we can't get a hold of them because they may be busy. At the same time, we're busy, and we can't just keep asking. So something to think about. If there's ways to talk to them about known aircraft coming in, things like that, to try to help with that coordination, that'd be great. But that's just keep it within the same lines that we all have to do for the flight line. It should be fine.
Thank you. I think it's one of the best jobs. Any other questions? Yes. Yes. Right. Okay. Each cart should have 2 people. One will have a radio, the other driver. So yeah, each cart has a radio. And then we have the base in our building. And so you can either call, I think a lot of times you guys will call for either a cart or actually directly to base, which is just across the road. Yeah. Okay. We try to get there. I know there's times when a lot of us are out and taking care of somebody, just don't make it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it'd be fine. Any other questions? Yes.
When a plane arrives, are you guys notified by somebody automatically that a plane arrived? Or the plane notifying you?
Sometimes we'll be looking out and seeing when they're taxiing in. Sometimes we will be notified by the tower, or yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Make it past everybody and come to registration, then we've got a radio in there, we talk welcome, we'll get one of them to ride out to their plane.
Yep. One question I have, well, go ahead. Right, yes. I remember a couple years ago your mother asked about having somebody out there at the night, and I'm hoping that worked, but I don't know for sure if it did or not. That was my question, actually. Yes.
One of the welcome people is actually bringing his own truck and staying.
Okay, good. Yes, that'd be Scott, perhaps? Yeah. Okay.
Scott does, so yes.
Okay.
He's saying we've already addressed it.
That's good. Yep. Hopefully we can do that better if we need to. So that'd be good. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, I think that's it.
Warbird in review, Warbird Alley. Okay, thanks.
We had a pretty outstanding year last year with some of the aircraft rarity and storytelling last year, and we definitely have Scott and Kyle Guyette to thank for all of that programming. Started the week off with a little bit of confusion. Everybody kept asking, where's the Connie? And I had to ask Bolin or Lockheed. But we got through it. We're looking forward to a really good year. I think most of the issues have been addressed. Dennis, you guys keep getting better and better about the cart situation. It has never been better clearing people with the amount of hot starts we had on the alley last year. I think the biggest issue is just cars coming in from Papa. That's where they tend to sneak in. So I think we've gotten better with all of that. And outside of that, we just keep looking to improve on what we can put out there. A lot of people want to know, can you fit the Constellation? So, you know, Bill will be talking about that next year. Yeah. Oh, it'll fit once. Yeah. More than anything, just big thank yous. Kristen, the Garbers, for getting us any contact info when we need to find pilots to get on the alley. Scott and the tugging crew for all of the movement they do. And especially big thank you to Rhonda for letting me survive at the end of the week when I pilfer all of her fighters. So that's pretty much it. Thanks, guys.
Work weekends, Matt.
Yeah, we can walk. No, I just wanted to. I was talking to a couple of the guys. I want to make it out there and known. Starting next month, in April, we are going to do a work weekend the first Saturday of every month. Now we may add some more, and we will put those out if we do add more. But for now, we're just going to set it in stone, and we're going to do the first weekend of every month as a work weekend, and it's across the board. We'll do maintenance on vehicles. We got Brett. We're going to do, we got a lot of maintenance to do around the buildings. So anybody and everybody that could show up and help be greatly appreciative, and you're in the area. So yeah. No.
Will we have access to south maintenance welding machines so I can weld some brackets?
We have access, not access to go down there and use them, but we have people down there that can use them. So we just have to get with South Maintenance. That is a good question that I don't have answers to, because that's, Doug in the back with his hand raised. Oh, Doug can bring his welder. So we'll probably have welders. But yeah, other than that, if we need something big welded, we can always go down and talk to them, because there are.
1 by 1, 3/4 by 3/4 that we make racks.
Okay. Doug's gonna bring his welder. So. Yeah, I mean, South Maintenance does a great job in helping us out. We just got to communicate with them and what we want, and they helped us out. They helped us build a couple tow bars last year, which turned out awesome. So, as long as the beer's cold, absolutely.
And before we move on to AirVenture 24, let's give some more stuff away. $4282. 4282. 4284. All right. 4295. 4240. 4274. Couple more. 4241. 4257. Kim, go 4385. Kim, you had wanted to bring up something earlier?
Yeah, Cindy and her husband Dave Staffelt have been doing the insurance waivers for pre-registration. It's included, so they can fill it out and have it all done. Otherwise, if they don't have it done, they do it at the window. I think you wanted to have that online, ready to be posted when you open pre-registration. And as far as I know, Kristen, they're working on it, right? Yep. Cindy and Dave? Yep. All right. So if anybody, for whatever reason, has anything that they want to see included on this waiver, I don't know why you would, but talk to Kristen about it, and she'll make sure it happens.
All right. So nothing's happening for AirVenture 24. No airplanes, no nothing. Oh, yep, he had to put his old guy glasses on. Highlights for AirVenture 24 are the 80th anniversary of D-Day. So bombers, and transports, we may see some extra C-47s. coming in after the Normandy adventure. This is the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. The Snowbird Jet demo team will be there all week. We will again have night shows, and we will have a visit by the Italian jet team. So let's see, Monday, Dick and Bert Rutan are to celebrate the 50th anniversary of their Canard concept planes. Tuesday and Wednesday will be the 80th D-Day days. There will be a C-47 parachute drop to open the show and a variety of D-Day planes on the plaza, etc. Tuesday is Innovation Day for aircraft designs. Also Tuesday is when the Italian jet team will arrive in late morning. They'll participate in some flying about, etc., but they are not doing a formal show as they are actually at the Milwaukee Waterfront Air Show. Wednesday is Women's Venture. Thursday is the celebration for the 100th anniversary of the Canadian Air Force. The Snowbird team will arrive on Wednesday, and some of their planes will be parking up at the terminal. Some of their planes will be parking in a foreign area south of at the south end of the field that starts with a V. And one of the reasons for them doing that is they want to camp under the wing of their planes, which is actually kind of cool, rather than coming in as a bunch of prima donnas going, where's my hotel room? And where's my rental car? No, they're going to be with their airplane, so it's actually pretty cool on their part. Thursday through Sunday is the United States Air Force Material Command aircraft being highlighted on the plaza and in the shows, and that will include some displays of research type of aircraft and test pilot school aircraft. All week long there will be NASA aircraft on display. There will be a series of F-35s engaged in displays during the week. Let's see what else. Let me back up to Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday through Thursday will also be the F-22 demo. The F-16 demo team will be there all week, and will also participate in the Heritage Flight program. Wednesday and Saturday night shows. The flight line for the night shows is not changing, by the way. And during the week, the flight line is not changing, not moving back to the speaker line until possibly the weekend. More on that later, but that is the information we have at this time, is that it may move back for the weekend. The night shows will also have drone shows, which will be even more drones and a more elaborate display, along with a fireworks show on those evenings. Oh, a note, prior to the event, on July 15 through 18 is the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. There is a 30-mile TFR around downtown Milwaukee. So for any early arrivals on those days, they may be rerouted or whatever to get around that. The NOTAM will make note of that. There's a little change in the ultralight strip at the south end of the field. And whereas in the past you see some of our carts or some of our vehicles with a area pass on it that said A, B, C, D, or E, well, they're now changing that to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, whatever. It absolutely will. Yep. There you go. That pretty much sets us up for AirVenture 24. From my understanding and talking with Rick Siegfried for Warbirds, our show days and the amount of time during each day will pretty much mirror 2023. So that is the latest on AirVenture 24. Social activity, oops. Good. Okay. Next slide, please, Kristen. Nope. There we go. See, all the stuff I just talked about right there. Sorry, playing catch up. One more. Yeah, there's some printed copies of this presentation out there. Next slide. Okay. Social activities. So don't schedule training for Sunday night, Carl. And there will be an insurance picnic with the date to be announced. And if we have any other social activities, we will try to keep everybody updated. Site updates. One of the things that we discovered last year was that some of our electrical outlets in the campground or elsewhere didn't work, or the plug would fall out of the receptacle, which kind of falls under the didn't work. And we had some plumbing leaks, and we've been meeting with Steve Taylor to go through the maintenance on that. We'll be doing some upgrades to the pedestals in the recreational vehicle campground area, and we will be adding 7 pedestals in the tent camping area for people who may have a pop-up with air conditioning, or if you have the need for a medical device that you need to plug in, but you will be charged a fee to plug into those, and that will be monitored by both Brian Churchill's campground groups and Warbird Security. Just thought I'd let you know, Dennis. We are also looking at down the road, and it wouldn't be until maybe next year, where currently there is a tent where there's a lot of picnics that go on and some evening parties. We may transform that into an actual building out there, which would do a couple things. It would be a little better shelter from any of the weather, but also in the off season it would increase our storage area. Let's see. That's music on hold. We are also looking at possibly replacing the Welcome Warbird building, just because when you walk into the building, the door doesn't open all the way anymore, and you can walk uphill and downhill inside the building. And those Welcome Warbird people whine about that. I just, it's always about Welcome Warbirds. Okay. Let's see what's on next. Okay. What else? And now, volunteer membership. It's real interesting. We've done a study over the past few years as far as how many of our volunteers are members. And there's definitely some things that we have to take a look at in there. But there's some of our volunteers who are not members. And being a member of Warbirds of America is not an expensive proposition. So we definitely, absolutely encourage all of our volunteers to be members. And we are initiating a bit of an incentive program for the volunteers in particular during AirVenture, so that they can have a little better shopping experience at the merchandise building, a little greater increase there. But you also, throughout the year, there are various benefits to being a Warbird member. And it looks a lot like what's up on the screen right now. So it really is worthwhile. It's a inexpensive proposition. If the other thing about being a Warbird member is you do need to be an EAA member. You can be a basic EAA member, or you can be a full EAA member. That's up to you. Any questions on what type of membership you would prefer? You can check with Nora or Kristen. Nora in particular came to us from membership and is very fluent in how to help make sure that you become a member.
The previous slide.
It's $5.
I'll make it 8.
Okay. Go ahead.
Kristen, go back. Let's see. You got another $10. Okay.
Yes, you can also do a family membership. And a lifetime membership, true. And if you buy a lifetime membership for Warbirds, yes, you also need to buy an EAA lifetime membership as well. So, there. But how long does a lifetime membership last?
The lifetime of the owner.
Yes. But, and you can also gift memberships. I bought my daughter an annual membership and added the extra $10 for her husband and our 2 granddaughters. So that's an easy gift to make. One of the things that we discovered when we just did the raw numbers is that slightly under 50% of our volunteers are Warbird members. Some of that could be because a spouse could be a member and one of the other volunteers, if you're a married couple, one of them may not be a member, etc. But hey, we're a good organization. We really appreciate the support of membership. So when you are on the field, when you come up to register as a volunteer, we are going to again encourage everyone to be a Warbird member. There's benefits on the field, there's benefits off the field to being a Warbird member. So and Peg has a question. Correct, that's a family membership. Well, and that's exactly what, yeah. Yes. So if the spouse is not a member and the primary member wants to pop for the $10, that would be wonderful. Because then they also get a membership card. And yeah, it bumps up our numbers. Uh-oh. I think we just opened a floodgate. So, and now, without further ado, we'd like to have John Clough come up and do his SOP presentation, please.
Oh, thank you.
Grab a mic.
Grab a mic.
Hey, any mic.
Any mic at all. Okay, so welcome back. And of course, it's great to be doing this right in front of lunchtime. I know everybody's sort of hypoglycemic right now and waiting for something to eat, me being one of them. All right. Oh, so I have to speak slowly. Thank you. So can you do that for me throughout the... All right. So this is not sort of a review of what Bombers and Transports is doing, or Smoke Oil for that matter, with SOP. It's a general discussion of what SOPs are, why they're important, how to do them, and a sort of an appeal from me. If your organization wants to have one, I will help you do it. And as a plans and ops guy, and that's what I spent the majority of my professional life doing, was plans and operations. It's like, look, we don't do anything without a plan. And if we're doing it without a plan to fail. And a lot of things that we've been involved with, not only in Warbirds, but in lives other than that, some of them kind of fall into that critical thing of, I can't afford to mess this up. And that's what the takeaway from right away, the lesson from that is, I can't afford to fail at this. I need it to be right. I need everybody to understand what it is that we're doing. We have some unique things that we have to train for, and I just can't go on faith that that's happening by people watching other people, knowing full well that, first of all, people only do well what they are trained well to do, and what they're, the way things are identified, that yes, this is important, this is really important, this is super important, and this we don't necessarily need to pay all that much attention to. So that's what the drive about this is. We instituted our SOP about 4 years ago, and actually the first operational year of our SOP was COVID year. And it couldn't have happened at a better time because we knew that we were going to lose a year and we were going to lose a lot of institutional knowledge. So having an SOP in place kind of helped us. So basically, we basically dry ran Oshkosh with the SOP. We're in our third or fourth iteration of it. But I want to talk to you about SOPs, what they are, what they're not, and how this could be of benefit to you if you choose to write one. Okay, so what's an SOP? We're just basically going to get some general questions here that we'll answer on each of the subsequent slides. What's an SOP? And hey, don't we have one? Do I need a different one? What should I cover in mine? And a general discussion of final tips and takeaways. Yes, ma'am? Oh, okay. All right. How's this? How am I doing? Okay. Once I know. I'll just keep moving back and forth. Do you want me to lay on the ground? At my age and physical condition, if I lay on the ground, I may not be getting up off the ground. Anyway, okay. So we're going to talk about these real quickly. And next slide, please. Okay, so an SOP in general, this is what it is. I'm not going to read it to you, but it's just basically a schoolhouse description of what an SOP is and why. It's like, look, we want people to do things. We need to describe exactly what those things are. And because people have an opportunity to sit down and read things, we're going to do it in writing. If you tell me what it is you want me to do, I can almost guarantee you 5 minutes later, I'm going to ask the guy next to you, what did he say? Put it on a piece of paper, write it down. And lastly, what are we looking to do? Back plumb, please? I can do this all day, Kristen. This is the basic thing. Okay. We're looking to achieve some uniform behavior. We go to places, we work as a team. It's always great to have individual efforts, but we need to work as a team, and you never should be able to stand back from an operation going, this is great. What's he doing? We don't want that. We really want to work as a team and achieve a team effort, and to do that, we need to really have a plan on how that's going to work. Look at anything that involves a team, baseball, football, operating theater, you name it. Everybody has to work as a team or you don't get what you want. So, next slide. Thank you. All right. Don't we have an SOP? Yes, we certainly do have an SOP, the Orange Book. It has evolved over time. Carl has been meticulous in the effort that he's made to include things that weren't there last year, year before that, et cetera, et cetera. This continues to evolve, and it's good. It should. We've got about 400 people on the line, handling about 400 airplanes over about 10 days. So there are some things out there that have to be codified. It has to be written down. Where do I go, right? What are the basics? What do I have to know to do this? The issue with the Orange Book is for all of the lines, if you will, or the tower, or food service, or welcome warbirds, or anything like that. It's not specific to your individual need and your individual operations. So we've got something that's real general, but not something that's specific to the point that it really works for you. And that's no cut on the thing. It's just we have too many people doing too many. There's a lot of moving parts to everything, especially when most of those moving parts involve things up in front that spin or things in the back that eject all kind of high velocity output. All right, whenever you put people involved in that, nothing we do is really normal. Well, excuse me, what we do might be normal, but it's all complicated and it all has outcomes, and sometimes the outcomes may not be what you want. And it doesn't improve our ability to plan and execute abnormal operations. We do some abnormal. I look back in my tenure in bombers and transports, and one of the abnormal things that we did that really stands out to me and a lot of people is putting 12 B-25s on the Warbird and review pad under power. Okay? That is not something that you plan to do every day. And what I mean as an abnormal is that's one of those things that you look at every piece part of it, and everybody has the freedom to say, nope, not going to do that. And that's exactly what happened. And we sat around as a group talking about how we were going to do this, and there was a lot of, I'm not comfortable with that. Nope, not going to happen. Make me comfortable with that. So we basically had a council of colonels, if you will, and dissected that right down to the point when we shut down engines on how this was going to work. And at any time, if you weren't happy, we were stopping. And that was it. And it was going to come down to yes, we can, or no, we can't. And fortunately, we came up with a lot of ways because yes, we can. But we didn't just decide, yeah, we're just going to do this. Nope, didn't happen that way. But if you can't do your normal operations, you can't do abnormals. You just can't. You just don't have the background to it. And that's how basically doing B-25s on a pad, engines running on load, became, okay, we can do this safely. And we did. And we're pretty proud of that. It was a pretty cool thing if you had anything to do with it. Next one up, please. So does your organization need a different SOP? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It's kind of based on what your needs are. But what does that SOP do for you? And let's face it, we're all kind of different in what it is that we do. And here's my laundry list of 8 great items why you might need your own. Ensures adherences to the best practices in your area. What works for me in bombers and transports may not work for you in food service. It may not work in Welcome Warbirds. It may not work on the T-34 line. It may not work on the jet line. It may not work for you at all. What we've written, what we've come up with works for us because it meets our needs. Your SOP will certainly be different, but there are some things there that are the same, and we'll talk about those briefly. Ensuring consistency and efficiency, quality assurance. We get 10 days to do this. The thing is, we have to do it right day one. We can't peak at day 7 and then ramp out. We have to do what we do right off the bat with the first airplane that shows up on the ramp. Day 1, airplane 1 is a really bad time to have something unfortunate happen. So we really have to be ready to go when it's really time to go. The quality assurance end of this, after every movement we do, we talk about it. Hey, how did we do? Did this work the way it was supposed to work? Did we do what we were supposed to do? Are we safe? Are we learning? That's quality assurance for us. Did we meet the goal? If the answer is yes, great. We build from that. If the answer is no, we come back to training. Where did we fail? And that's how it is. It's kind of binary. Yes, we did, or no, we didn't. We either succeed or we fail. There's no in between. That's it. Proper onboarding and training. Look around the room. I don't think any of us are getting any younger. We're going to be bringing new people into the program, hopefully, and they're going to need to be trained. They're going to need to understand what it is that we do and what the implications of not doing it right really are. For a lot of these folks, they've never seen anything go bad. They don't need to. We don't want them to. So we need to make sure they understand what this is all about. We need to train them to do what it is we need them to do. I sincerely believe, coming from a background of plans and ops my entire life, people really want to do a good job. And they really need to be trained the right way to do it. The SOP is that first step into making that happen. Preservation of organizational knowledge, again, goes back to that thing. A lot of us are getting a little long in the tooth. Some of us a little longer, right? We know a lot. We need to be able to pass what we know on somehow, some way. Okay, institutional knowledge is a great thing. We just need a vehicle to pass it on. How do you do that? Write it down. Write it down. Train it and do it. Reduction of misunderstandings. Oh, okay. What do you say about that? Right? Spoken word, you say something, I hear something different. You write it down, I read it, I get it. We all use different words, different languages. We're all from different places. right? Words mean things. So let's just make all the words the same. Let's work that out. Compliance with organizational standards. Warbirds has accepted the fact that the Flight Operations Manual is the standard for how we conduct operations. It's a sanctioned book. Yep, this is what we do. We have to refer to that. That is our baseline document. Everything we do references to that. We build from it. We can add to it. We can't take from it. Period. If we take anything away from it, the book isn't valid anymore. Start over. Okay? We have to support that book. We have to support some of the premises that we work efficiently, we work safely. That's it. And all about it, improve safety. You can have the best show in the world. It could be the greatest weather you've ever had. You could have the biggest mix of airplanes going. Have something bad on the field happen. Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Okay? And it doesn't matter where that thing happens, whether it's on the flight line, whether it's in the kitchen, whether it's Warbirds in review, whether it's anywhere. It doesn't matter. That's what people are going to remember. It just doesn't matter. So everything we do, tying back to that SOP, tying back to that flight ops manual, has to improve safety some way, somehow. It can't take from it. Just can't. Next one, please. So what should you cover? This is just a general listing of what should be in there. Again, your needs dictate content, but definitely some things that need to be done. And I look at this from the perspective as an airfield operator, as somebody on the ground moving airplanes around with a team. What needs to be there for me? Your mileage may vary. References. Again, why are we doing this? I'm referring back to the orange book. That is my thing. That's my base document. That's where I start. What's the purpose of it? Am I trying to improve efficiency? Am I trying to feed 400 people a day? Am I trying to move 300 airplanes over a period of a week? Maybe in some cases 5 or 6 movements per plane per day? What am I trying to do? What is my mission? If you look at Scott Baer, he's got a very, very broad mission. His mission is different than mine. It's different than yours. It's different than you guys. He's got a different mission. We all have different missions, but we have to be able to identify what those things are. What does this mean to me? General statement of what that mission is. Be clear about that. Here's what we do. We tow planes. Okay. We tow planes and we support these people on demand. Okay, whatever that is. Just be clear about it. Safety concerns and mitigations. Let's face it, everything that we do has some connection to a safety concern. I can use the line check with food check. We don't want to serve anybody any food that even has the hint of contamination to it. Absolutely not. So how do we protect for that? What do we do? What practices do we employ to make sure that we're not inadvertently poisoning 400 people at lunchtime? What is it that we do? How? Say it. Be specific about it. Wash our hands. Sure, if that's what it is, that's what it is, but be specific about it. Don't lick your fingers. Whatever it is, just be specific about it. Staffing. What do you need to be capable of doing what you do? If you really need 10 people over that period of time to work, having 3 people is not going to get it done. What are your basic needs? What do you need to have? How many shifts do you have? How many people per shift do you need to be safe and effective? Identify that. Talk about it. Specific training requirements. Again, Carl does a terrific job of bringing people in for flight line safety. It establishes a baseline, but it might not be what you need in T-34s completely, or T-6s, or certainly, Fighter Town, or in the jet line, or anything. You have to identify what your specific needs are over and above what's in the orange book. And you need to be able to identify those, and talk about it, and train for it. If you don't, it's not going to happen. Expectations. Hey, what's right? What does right look like? If you can't identify what right looks like, you are not going to get there. You're just not. Because as the lead for that, or even as a member of that team, you should be able to look back on that movement and go, it's not what we wanted. That's just not what we expected to have happen. Well, why is that? Well, we didn't do this, so we didn't do that. Well, how do we get better? We do this. Okay, great. Assigned equipment. Hey, what do I own? What is available to me to help me do my job? And if I don't have what I need, who do I go to for better? If I need another radio, do I go see Chris? If I need another vehicle, who do I go to? If I need a different kind of vehicle, who do I go to? Am I just going to sit there and try to work my way through it, or are there resources available to help me get there? What do I need to accomplish my mission? Description of the area. Where do I work? Bombers and Transports is kind of unique amongst the area. We have the largest piece of real estate, thank you, our word, and the entire thing. Unfortunately, about half of it is usable all the time. Half of it is unusable because we're behind an exclusion line. You have to know what that is and what the ramifications are of that, right? So have a good situational awareness of, hey, what's out there for me to use? We talk a lot in our area about, hey, where we're going to put people. What's the ingress? What's the egress? If I have an airplane that's bigger than that one sitting right there, where's he going? How am I going to deal with this? So it's just another thing that you might need to be considering in your SOP. What's normal? What's a normal operation? Again, go back to my statement of, doesn't mean it's not complicated, it's just normal. So what's normal? You need to talk about that. Abnormals? Hey, if we have an abnormal thing, something that is outside of normal business, how are we going to plan for this and mitigate our risks? You're going to sit down and you're going to talk about it. You just can't dive into an abnormal without some degree of discussion and some degree of thought. Again, I go back to my 12B25s on a pad. Abnormal. Every bit of that was abnormal. Every bit of it. And we sat there and we talked about it. And you all have abnormals that you do too. Now, we all make it look easy. We all make it look fun. But there's risk there and things we need to talk about. We really do. Be ready for an abnormal. Coordination requirements. I may be, in some cases, I may be Scott Baer's biggest customer. Could happen that way because I got a bunch of stuff that's going to come in. It's going to be all over the field. I can't put it where I want it to end up, and I have to be talking to somebody about towing. We don't do towing. He does towing. I need to know who to go to get things done. So do you. You know, whether it's Warbirds Welcome, or whether it's security, or whether it's this, that, and the other thing. Who do I go to for help if I need help? Who are my partners? Identify them. And yeah, or any one of those things. Team briefings. Hey, if you're starting off your day without talking to your team about what it is you're going to do and what your concerns are, you're starting off on the wrong foot. So in the SOP, looking forward to say, hey, look, I need to brief this out every morning. This is what we're planning to do. One of the things in our operation is, hey, what time is the 12 o'clock meeting? It's a joke, but we're serious about it. It's like, look, we're going to have a 12 o'clock meeting. We're going to talk about air show, and then we're going to debrief the group so everybody understands what's happening. So leave time in your SOP to, when is it required, when is it necessary that we all get together to talk about this so everybody understands what the expectations are and what the outcome is. So be complete with it. And lastly, feel free. That's beautiful. Okay. I'm a fan. So basically, that's the presentation on SOPs. And again, it's not just for, AirVenture 2024. It's anything that you may want to do that requires, other people to be involved in what's happening other than you. I mean, you can walk around with your own SOP in your head, and that's perfectly fine. But if you're going to start having people around you and you're expecting to doing something, you have to tell them what you want and train them to make sure they can get there. Now, this right here, this is, oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, thanks. SOP tips and takeaways. Meet a real need. Hey, if you don't need an SOP, you don't need an SOP. Don't write an SOP just because, well, it would look cool if we had one. It's hard to have a purpose for the SOP saying, we really don't need this SOP, we're going to write one. It's not helpful. So try to fill a need. If you've got a need to fill, this is a good way to start. Build foundations. Build for tomorrow, right? It's not what happened last week, although that might be relevant. It's where do we go from here? So build from foundations. It's like, yeah, this is our culture. This is how we do what we do. What's culture? That's how we get things done. That's it. Put it on paper. Everybody understands. No monuments. We used to do this 15 years ago, and we're going to keep talking about it until people understand this is something we used to do 15 years ago. Look, if it's not relevant, don't talk about it. If it is relevant, please do. I'm not saying don't learn from lessons, but there are some lessons that you just don't need to be reminded of. But if it's relevant, do it. You know, again, going back to my favorite thing, food shack. Maybe a point in time, if we have some sort of issue with people getting sick because of a hygiene thing, hey, that's going to be part of our process forever, and it needs to be. But if it doesn't need to be, it doesn't need to be. Train like you write. You can sit down and write a really terrific SOP, and you have absolutely no intention of using it. Don't do that to yourself, right? This goes back to this one, meet a real need. If I have to sit down and write it about how we're going to train to work, do it that way. Just like this. Work like you train. I give you a piece of paper, we train towards that, and we do something completely different. Nope. You just failed. Get buy-in. Some of the best ideas you're going to get for your SOP, if you choose to do one, are going to come from the people who actually do the work. Right, Matt? Absolutely. Absolutely. Great ideas come from anywhere. Use them. Use them for what they are. They're help. Every time you go out and do something, you're going to learn something new. We learn something new every day. Don't be afraid to amend your SOP. It's a living document. I'm on revision 4. Look for ideas. Ideas come from great places, and it might not just be your team. You might get all kinds of great ideas that say, hey, I really like what you're doing. Maybe you want to consider this. Some of the best ideas that we got of our SOP came from our floaters. Just out of nowhere. Hey, maybe you want to think about this. Yeah, maybe we do. Normal ops are complicated, regardless. The only reason they're normal is they happen a lot. Doesn't mean they're not complicated. They are. Address them. Abnormals are just that. If you're doing things that are abnormal, take the time to review what it is you're looking to do and acknowledge that this is not a normal thing. Hey, if we're tasked with an abnormal procedure, here's what we're going to do. We're going to clearly define what it is, and we're going to look at resources, and we're going to talk about it. Make that part of your process, regardless of what it is. Make room to mitigate. Sometimes I think we all get kind of fixated on what does this look like when I'm done. Sometimes it's easy to, forest for the trees. Look for the safety impact for any of this stuff. It can come from anywhere. And if you identify something that needs some safety concern, take some time to figure out how it is you're going to work through that problem. Just don't look for that end game. It's like, work it out, soup to nuts. Hey, I'm going to do this, but I need to do that. Okay, so you might have subtasks within that SOP that need to be addressed. And lastly, what are we really looking to do? We're trying to improve the effectivity and the efficiency of our group, and we're trying to make our team strong. That's how we're making to do it. Because the folks that are going to do this next, the next lead, the next orange shirt guy or girl, it's going to be from the people that are moving airplanes around now as a worker bee. We want to make them strong. We want to teach them what it is they need to do while they're in the process of doing it. So when it comes time for them to pick up, and kind of wear that orange shirt or whatever it is they're going to do, they're ready to do it. They're not surprised. And that's what I have for you. Back here, going forward a little bit, I guess. Not that one. The next one up. Anyway, what you saw there, that's the one. That's the one right there. Go. All right. So this is the SOP that's evolved over the last 4 years for bombers and transports. It's available to you if you want to see what it is. And again, it's written for a specific, line of business. All of the stuff that I showed you is basically represented in that SOP, and some other things are really specific. Your mileage may vary. What your needs are may be a little bit different. But I tried to address as much as I could in ours, and I keep saying me, but again, it was a group effort. I mean, there's bits of everybody in that document. And that's what it is. And there will be again for 2024, and same thing with smoke oil. So smoke oil is going to have their own SOP. It's similar to this, but it's identifying what those requirements are, what those expectations are, who do we talk to for help, And what do we want it to look like when it's done? We need to answer those questions. So this is available to you, I think, Kristen. People have access to this. Okay. So if you're interested in looking at an SOP for whatever reason to, take something from or just laugh at, it's available to you. Okay. Yeah. Kristen will provide it to you. And if you're looking for help in writing your own SOP, I'm there for you. I'm easy to find. Okay. And I will help you do it, and we'll work through it ahead of, this next deal. Does anybody have any questions at all? Yes, ma'am. I will have to pass that along to Mr. Gaius.
One of the reasons that we asked John to do this was because of our emphasis on succession planning. And we may know our areas right, left, up, and down. Every one of our people in our area may know what to do right, left, up, and down, because we have been doing it forever. Thank you. That's the kind way of saying it. There's a vicious rumor out there that some of you are aging. It's just a rumor. We all want to be on that other plan, but it really is succession planning. We need to have something ready to hand off to basically the next generation of us when we aren't going to be able to do this anymore. So the question is, will it be required? At this time, the response is we really, really, really would like everyone to consider doing one of these for your area. John has offered to help to do that for you. And so, it'd be great for you to work on that. So is there a deadline, like next Friday? Yes. No. 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 We can, yeah, we can get it from Kristen. The whole PowerPoint presentation would also be available. I have it, Kristen has it, John has it. Yeah, just let one of us know that you would like that via email. Thank you. Absolutely. And before we mash, Kristen, any word on lunch yet? Give a little more time. Okay, so should we, but please stand by. Oh, gotcha. Well, so do we want, well, first off, Chris, do you have time to wait until after lunch, or do you need to do your, okay. So we can do Chris's presentation. Should we do it after lunch or during lunch? We can do that during lunch. Okay, so I will hand the mic before we do any more auctioning or giveaways or door prizes. Tim has a few words for us. Yeah, but the people offline can't hear you.
Well, they can't wait.
Oh, that's true.
Tonight's challenge. You're all in luck. Our squadron doesn't have challenge points for sale. So what we do, if you're a squadron member, they're $10 a piece. If you're not a squadron member, they're 15, or you get two of them for 25. If you're not a squadron member. So if you want to save a little money, you can also help other squadrons join too.
How much is it to join?
Huh?
How much is it to join?
I don't know. I'm not a member of this first.
$30 to join. 25. Yeah.
I just gave a bunch of money and said I'm on the part of the our signature scores there on the back of the coin, and then in front of the coin is our patch, our logo. It will be available if anybody's interested. There's samples up here by the booth. You can see them as you come through.
Okay, and
They gouge as much as they do at air bank.
And before lunch, let's do 10 numbers. Oh. 4266. 4361. 4318. 4363. 4286. 4289. 4317. 4381. See, I'm mixing up the numbers to confuse them. 4316. 4268. All right. Lunch is served.
Did you say sir?
Okay, sounds good.
I'm calling false advertising on you. Got it. It's something like, well, these meetings never go to
They're short, and we even started early. I had to lie to him to get him.
Are you related to the ones that actually live in Boston and now live down in Florida? What about, that's an important question.
John can just use Gilbert's SOPs.
Yeah, yeah. Brigadier General. Yeah. I'm not here. Really nice. Where are you? He's got to be good. Oh man, the guy, hangs around with him. No, he's really good. He's hey, good to see you. Yeah, it's been fun.
That's cool. We tried to get, and I got all the way somewhere. Yeah. Well, I got all the way to that. It was pretty wild. Well, I mean, she started out. They still own it.
She started out
loaning it.
I know they're loaning it. They tell me, we got to know Ed. Ed said, we're flying.
Oh, that'd be cool.
She ended up with captain of 7576. And it's just a very accomplished gal. She was our president for Warbird for 2 terms. And Warbird in review were in. She has a USB port right here. Yeah, I do. Because by that time, Danny was older. Danny had passed away within the last 6 months. I think right at the end of the year. I never knew him very well, but yes, if he was Ed's brother, he had to be a great friend. I don't think I ever met him. Oh, well, that's a shame. Bill put it in order with not just the window, it's all of them.
except the west side, which doesn't have the big picture windows. It's the molding on the outside. So I was thinking of replacing it with like that composite material so that it doesn't weather. And, yeah, something that's going to be durable to last a few more years. I mean, the tower cab now is probably 15 years old.
Kyle
I
doesn't get the respect
we designed it, and then EA fucked it up. And they didn't design exactly the way we wanted it as per se without going into that. But yeah, I need new moldings around the picture windows. And then the kick plate, step in, that's, metal. Underneath that wood is all rotten. It's not holding shit, and it's a safety issue. So that step area needs to be replaced with new wood and a new kick plate. Yeah, and then the other thing I need to do is replace the carpeting. That's all mildewy and shitty. So I'm looking at replacing it with indoor-outdoor, like AstroTurf at Menards. I brought samples and stuff.
I go to Nate. He's got the bar out by
Is it new?
Well, it was used for 1 year.
Okay. Is it indoor-outdoor stuff? And then I'll need padding to go underneath it. Yeah. Well, if you can store carpeting. Well, I measure it. I think it's 12 by 12, something like that. Okay, great. Yeah, but I want indoor-outdoor, like that AstroTurf stuff or something that's durable. Because,
that ugly green color?
well, yeah, like that. Just for fun. Anyway, it's easy to clean then too. It's easy to vacuum and shit. There's no chance of getting it really like now. It's been mildewy and shitty and stained and crap, and there's holes in it. It needs to be replaced. Well, no one smoked up there, but there's enough shit on there. But yeah, so it's the moldings on the outside that really need to be addressed. The insides are still good.
Yeah,
Pretty well
like I said.
covered. The seal there, it's okay. Yeah, scissors. Last year I repainted the tower cab. I did them all myself. And we had a scissors left. Yeah, just have to borrow it from EAA and to get it from them. It's a pain in the ass. Something. Yeah, you have to be careful that you don't go out there on a bad, soggy day. Having done it many times myself. But anyhow, that's the real. Yeah, but we've done that before too. Yeah, with the food shack, like the north of the food shack, I could get the scissors lift back there. Just barely, I was able to get up there and then take care of it. So it is possible. But the forklift, yeah, well, it's the bottom of the base of the tower that's angled. And it's basically it's just a fascia. It doesn't really have any structure. It does to it. Oh, you put the siding on it?
Yeah, I made that very structured. That's why you don't bounce.
Well, yeah, that's great. Thank you. But my problem is we had the pedestal, and that, well, you know. But then when we put the steps in, the new steps that got donated, that helps stabilize it as well. But that being said, yeah, I would appreciate it if you could help expedite it, because with EAA, the bill guys, but, it goes through one ass and out the other ass,
I think I want to know inside or outside.
Yeah.
Because if I'm down there,
Yeah.
and have nothing to do, I would
Sure, that'd be awesome. And then, yeah. And then I need help with someone to help me do the carpeting, because I'll be happy to do that part. I have the keys. I have the keys. Ramon has keys.
As long as you have keys.
Yeah.
They're marked. We do the outside stuff, but do the carpet, my problem
dead. Yeah, I'll be dead before they move on it. Because, you know, we've had really nice days now, the warmest winter we've had in a long time, and EA sits on their ass and doesn't do shit. You know, no, I don't have to be out there. I know. I just know. No, and every year it's a fight to get anything. I've been fighting for 5 fucking years to get a cherry picker to replace the light bulb that's up in the top of the tower. The red beacon light with an LED light so that it lasts forever. That's been burned out forever. No, I don't. Because until I get a cherry picker. Yeah. Well, we don't go up on the roof. We have a cherry picker.
Well, you'd have to
an
have
articulating arm.
Okay.
Yeah, a cherry picker. That's what I'm talking about. That has an articulating arm. Yeah, it's just an LED bulb.
We got one for vehicle ground maintenance. Yeah, Greg, Greg's a great IT guy.
I've already told you, I'm not comfortable.
I'll bring it to a motion.
Okay, bring it to a motion.
I'll bring it to a motion and have Greg write our SOP for vehicle maintenance.
I second that.
Here we go.
Okay, now I second it, now we vote on it.
Yeah, Greg. Everybody gets it?
I'm not even on it.
You're right. Double.
So, you need to meet Matt Roy. Certified license.
Well, I talked to him about welding a new component for that winch.
There is.
It was scary. It was scary. We're lucky we didn't. Someone didn't get hurt. My hands. Yeah, that's the big thing. Getting that new. That needs to be addressed too. EAA.
We weld that thing up. One of the without breaking.
Great idea. I was thinking of cable.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going. Exactly. But I suggest the two of you.
Alright, so I just talked to selfishly speaking, these guys approached me about the needs and wants of the tower. Thank you for letting us get this operation. EA hates us. Oh, no kidding. Okay. Oh, that's great. Tim Miller? Yeah. Good dude. Yeah, he's helped me out a lot over the years. Well, that's awesome. Yeah. He enjoys it up there. I know. Yeah, we trained him and yeah, he loves Bill may pinch you while doing that. You can keep that. It's like a NASCAR driver. You just got to change caps and start talking like
hat
Ricky.
dance.
You got to start talking like Ricky Bobby.
That's what they call it, the hat dance.
I want to talk to you about herds of cats and dogs running through your neighborhood.
Living together.
That's perfect for you. Ramon on the job. Ramon on the job.
You
Now, wait a
can
minute.
maybe adjust it a little.
There.
Oh my gosh.
You don't know you're asking what you do. I went out for breakfast, so that's where I had to disappear to.
You go to Bill's house?
No.
We got the deer. Ramon, try and look hip. You staying at his house too?
Yeah.
You live down the road.
Easier than driving.
You can be home in 10
Oh
minutes.
my God, that
You can be home in
17
10
miles
minutes.
is a
I gotta be
glitch.
back here.
How long does it take you to get over?
Oh.
Huh? How long does it take you to get over?
Well, thank you for doing that.
We have that car.
Depends how many-
trailer out
Depends how many
Oh,
slow
do you
drivers I
really?
get going down.
picked up.
45?
Yeah.
You had to rent it?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, what do you want to do?
so are the chili funds going towards the cost of all that rental? Okay. Very good.
Go ahead and show me.
Lunchtime? Yeah, lunchtime.
Take the first one.
you, Bill, and piss you off.
Oh, good.
Did I ever tell you my favorite captain story?
I'm sitting there.
What?
I am sitting there.
No, you're not. You're standing there.
Okay. Well, for now. What story?
My favorite CIP story from last year. You know how they drive around with their little radio beacons going around the airport? So last year they had quite frequently, they were going through Humboldt parking camping area, right? And one of the guys in charge, the old big guy, is complaining, man, there's a beacon going off, but every time we think we have it, he's moved. And so we finally figured out that our water cart has a really cheap flex with a strobe light in it.
Yeah.
So the thing charging up was just the right for them to catch it. So they've been trying to follow our water cart for 4 days. Now that's funny. So he's gone again. He didn't even sit down.
He'll be back.
Is that a promise or a threat?
So I'm looking through my stash over the years of 40 years of stuff, and I'm trying to find my Frecky Trickolori t-shirt that I got to help out Kristen. Even though they're going to be there a day, we were thinking about getting a Frecky shirt made up for merchandising.
You ready for me?
Alrighty. Am I going to be in the way?
Good afternoon again, everybody. Chris Henry here is he's going to do a really cool presentation on MASH aviation operations. So here's Chris.
Yes, her name is Kristen.
Oh.
Which chili did you get, by the way? First one?
All right, everybody, how you guys doing? Awesome. Thanks for having me. If you guys haven't met me before, my name's Chris Henry. I'm the museum manager over at EAA. So thank you. Well, thank you, guys. So this talk is a little bit about the history of MASH units, why they were important. And it really, I was kind of an old, how many people are fans of the show here? You guys fans of the show and the movie? And so I was a longtime fan of that. And little by little, we started getting some stories from folks who were involved in this, and I'll tell you a little bit about how that came about. And then finally it was like, well, I'm going to actually try to do research on this. But we go to our first slide here. We'll talk a little bit, why was a MASH unit important? The golden hour is really what we're talking about. It's the first hour after an accident happens, after someone is injured. That hour and how they're treated is really the foundation of what their outcome is going to be. So if you're able to do a few things to help treat that wounded person, their survivability, their prognosis of coming out with all their limbs gets much better. And that's really where the MASH unit comes into play. So next slide. So everybody's heard those stories about the Civil War where, like, if you got a nick, you basically died on the battlefield, right? But really, I mean, no joke, if you were wounded during the Civil War, your chance of surviving that wound on the battlefield was about 30%. I mean, so not really great. During World War I, the French started using the ambulance. They were the first ones to do it. And quickly after that, you can almost see it almost looks like a MASH unit, but it's not quite. It was just an ambulance service that they started during that First World War. The United States saw this and quickly started as well. In the next slide, you can see the American Expeditionary Force Mobile Hospital Number 1. That's a mouthful. But that is the first American ambulances to go onto the battlefield. What they were actually able to find was that using ambulances to get people to hospitals quicker got their survivability rate up to about 50%. So better than the Civil War. Still not fantastic, but an improvement. Next slide. How many guys have ever read A Farewell to Arms? Of course, all about battlefield ambulance driver, and of course, famous author Hemingway, right? To remember that. So I usually put a little note for me to cheat because I like to cheat with stuff like this. But at any rate, he wrote the book all about his experiences as a battlefield ambulance driver. Next slide here. So where the in between the world wars, our American armed forces really kind of fell behind the power curve. I mean, if you just look at aviation, we know that. I mean, we didn't continue to really develop aircraft with any sort of a passion until we figured out that maybe a Second World War was coming. During an air display in Germany, the Luftwaffe put up more airplanes than our entire American inventory had in 1940. I mean, so that's how bad we sort of fell behind the power curve. As far as treating the medically wounded, it wasn't until they were starting to plan the Normandy invasion that they realized that they were not going to have any sort of hospitals to fall back to. They would maybe have some hospital ships, that'd be about it. So next slide. It was a major in the 3rd Army Medic Battalion who came up with the idea of putting medics along with their battalions. So like companies, traveling infantry groups would have an assigned medic with them. But also, next slide, a development would occur from this gentleman who a lot of times gets sort of credit for developing the MASH unit, but actually he was anti-MASH unit. He did not want MASH units. So it's very weird how he gets credit for it sometimes. But this gentleman actually led to the development of the aid station, which was still a progress in treating the battlefield wounds. So they started the auxiliary surgical group. This was all in a lead up for D-Day. So they wanted to make sure that there were medical teams going aboard the ships going to Normandy. But these guys were training, and they were just Army doctors. And this was not a MASH unit by any means. This was just a way to have some medical treatments in tents, basically. I mean, it was treating the wounded, but it was not what was going to happen in MASH units. And the next slide. Every unit has to have a cool insignia, right? Something to put on your jacket, stuff. That's theirs. Pretty fantastic. The next slide here. And then they were shipped to Europe, and they were going to go and be part of not only the invasion in Normandy, but also trying to liberate the rest of Europe as well. So if you guys have seen Band of Brothers, what these guys were, if you saw the episode where you kind of followed Doc Rowe through taking wounded from the battlefield to like a bombed out hospital or buildings, things like that, that's what they were using. They did not ship with any sort of structures. They were using anything they could to sort of shield the wounded from the weather. A lot of times, this is actually just outside of Bastogne, where they were trying to turn a bombed out part of a bombed out city into a hospital complex. So World War II, after that concludes, luckily in favor of the Allies. Really, everybody on the medical field got together and he said, we've got to figure this out better, because I mean, using bombed out hospitals, things like that's not great for our medical team. It's not a great way to treat the wounded. So it was actually a colonel at Tokyo General who came up with the idea of deploying a hospital that was able to actually move around the battlefront. Next slide. So basically, no longer would you kind of need the aid stations. Now you would actually have, this was also studied with the folks on the ground as they were getting ready to deploy to what would become Korea. You wouldn't have to have such a long time before you were getting what I would call heavy treatment. It wasn't just first aid anymore. So next slide. So the first MASH unit, they called it MASH, Mobile Army Surgical Hospital. The first one was the 8076 MASH. They called it the Spirit of 76. But that's a picture of it right there. That's the first one to deploy. It almost looks like a shot out of the TV show. There's a reason for that too. We'll get to that. This is the what would basically make up your welcome wagon to MASH unit. They were going to use the Bell 47, or the Army called it the H-13. And then you have your ambulance drivers, your medical team. Notice the ambulance drivers are usually African American at this point in the armed forces. So it was actually something that got picked up on the show, and they had to change something in the show, which we'll talk about as well. Next slide. So when you think of MASH and you think of like the units deployed, you probably think of like all these MASH units all over the place, where there were only 7 in all of Korea. And this is a list of all of them. We'll talk about a few more in depth, but that's all good. You can go to the next slide, though. So we're going to talk a lot about the 8055th MASH. And there's a reason for that, is because we talk a little bit about the TV show here as well today. And the TV show is actually based on the 8055th. And there's a lot of reasons why, which we're going to get into here. How I started into doing this research was not anything to do with MASH units. This gentleman was a guy named Richard Kirkland. And Richard Kirkland flew P-38 Lightnings in World War II. Next slide, you should have that. The reason this is significant for us was he was actually one of the guys who would be Richard Bong's wingman in World War II. And we found out he was still alive. He was living just outside of Dulles. So we traveled out there to do an interview with him for our Time with Voices program. And it was really cool because he had like his whole basement set up as like a little mini museum and stuff like that, and a lot of really great photos. And he had a lot of great Richard Bong stories. One of which was my favorite was they were getting harassment bombed by the Japanese, and they were using just traditional dummy bombs, middle of the night, keeping them all up. And he said, I think the record was like 27 different times they were woken up in the middle of the night or something like that. And he said it was like one of the last times they were tired because they would have to fall out, go to these trenches, lay in these trenches, and wait for them to get the all clear. And he lived in the same tent as Bong. And he said, the last time we get this siren, he goes, I get to go up, and he said, I tapped Bong on the shoulder, and I said, you coming? And he said, the damn Japs can't hit anything anyway. I'm staying here and sleeping. And he's like, okay. So I went down to my trench, and I got into the trench, and he said, on this one, for whatever reason, the Japanese decided to use a new phosphorus bomb, and it lit up the sky, and it looked like these big fingers coming down from the sky. And he said, the next thing I know, Bong jumped into the trench with me. He goes, I don't know what that is, but I figured I better be safe. So, but it was really cool. I mean, and that's why we were there. So we get done doing the interview, and we're actually done. We're wrapping up cords and stuff like that. And I just was like, hey, what did you do after the war? And he goes, I flew helicopters into MASH units. And I looked over at my buddy, it was Zach, and Zach was like, okay. And he just started unwrapping the cord again because he knew we were going to go do an interview. So in the next slide, there's a couple pictures. So that's actually Richard Bong right there. It's hard to tell here. And then that's Kirkland right there in the same group photo they took at one point. So how he ended up flying helicopters into MASH units was the war ends, and he was a high time 38 pilot. He flew P-40s, P-47s, and P-38s. And he got accepted to go to jet fighter training to fly the F-86 Sabre. He was pretty stoked about that. And while he's in training, a helicopter, which was, it was a new technology really for Korea, comes into their base. And he was like, I just never saw one, and I thought it was kind of cool, and I wanted to go check it out. And the pilot said, I have to do one more flight today. Do you want to come with me? And he said, sure. So I jumped in, and he went for the ride. What he didn't know is his squadron commander hated helicopters. And he said, when we landed, my squadron commander was there. And he said, if you like helicopters so much, I'll fix it so that that's all you fly. And he transferred him out of the fighter squadron unit into a helicopter unit. So he actually originally transferred to a Air Force helicopter squadron, 5th Rescue Squadron. And that's where he had to go do his training and then eventually check out in the helicopter. This is the helicopter, one of the helicopters he would use. He flew 2 different types. I think because of the TV show, we always think of just the Bell, but there was a Sikorsky that they use as well. There's a couple other types, but these are the main ones here. And then there's of course the H-13 or Bell 47, depending on how you know it. This is not a picture of the TV show, which a lot of this I'll have to do. That is the 8055th MASH. why? So I talk a lot about, and really the point of this is how good was the show, and how accurate was the show, and why is this show important, alongside of the stories of the real folks that were there. And I think the real thing is, I think for us, we're all educated on history and aviation, but I think a lot of people, the only reason they know Korea existed was because MASH was sort of piped into their TV show or TV set every week. There's a lot of folks that just don't know about Korea, so it's kind of important that got told. We'll talk more about the importance and accuracy of the story, though. There's Kirkland on his first deployment with his group. Those are the pilots that would make up the squadron in the 5th Rescue that he was going to be in. So we'll go back one slide. I'll tell you, funny story is he said, I was really ready for all this training when I got in country and these navigations and maps. And he says, I get there, and they said, tomorrow is going to be your first flight in combat. And he said, okay. And he says, you're going to be flying to an aid station. That's what's been set up, and we'll go get wounded from there and bring them back. And he said, my first flight, he said his squadron commander said, I'll take the first flight. I'll come back. I'll land, be on the helipad. We'll change seats. We're going to hot load. But I'll tell you sort of what's going on up there. So he did. And he said, my squadron commander comes back. I get in the seat, and he just said, fly north up that river. And he said, there's a big tree that's fallen down about 2 miles north. And he goes, you'll see the big tree. He goes, turn left at the big tree, go in 2 miles, and the aid station's right there. And he said, he closed the door, and he goes, that was it. That was my briefing for my first flight in country. So, but yeah, I mean, not a lot of, he goes, I thought I was going to have charts and go to this grid. And he said it wasn't like that at all. So, something important to talk about the MASH units also is this is the first time we were going to be putting women this close to the enemy line. I mean, the MASH units were just sometimes a mile, and this line was moving a lot, as you can tell if you study the combat in Korea. We're really putting women in harm's way here. I mean, we've had the WASP programs and stuff, which were amazing, but this is down in it. I mean, this is right there. These nurses were really brave, and they certainly deserve the honor that they don't always get. So, if you're a wounded patient, what does this look like? So you're on the battlefield. You're a GI, and you get into battle. You're wounded. The next thing that happens is you yell for a medic, and somebody in your unit or your battalion is trained up as a medic. They will come and they will at least get your bleeding to stop. Hopefully, maybe get you from going into shock. Get you some first aid, and then as that's going on, they're going to be radioing the aid station. They'll get a Jeep and try and get you to fall back to the aid station. That's an aid station. They were rough. These were not very glamorous places to be. They were usually kind of dug out of hillsides. Sometimes they were tents. I mean, they were pretty rough. But again, think about this whole time you're wounded. You just went out of harm's way, right? You just want to get to where the treatment gets a little bit better. These guys would help get you from, you're good. These guys would help you from falling deeper into shock as well. And the next thing would happen is the helicopter would come in. And the helicopter would cut down the time to transport. You can imagine what the road system probably was like in Korea. So now, you're just maybe about a 15 minute flight in an H-13. Now, one of the things I found out is that does not, I mean, it depends on how much of a daredevil you are. But being strapped to the side of a Bell 47, I flew in a Bell 47 with Joe Norris, and that was pretty cool. I kept looking at the skids. I'm like, I would not want to be strapped to the side of this thing. So what I asked them about was, and something I never knew, was they actually sedated the patients before they put them in the stretchers. Because they said if they were freaking out there's nothing we can do because it's just one pilot and they're out on a pylon strapped to the skids. So there was nothing they could do with it. But yeah, it'd be a heck of a ride though. And so we go back to Richard Kirkland. He flew to this down tree and he made his left turn. He's at the aid station. And he says, I picked up a guy that looks like he had just had dirt just blown all over him. And he was wounded pretty bad. And they put him in the stretcher. And they said, this guy's in rough shape. When you get airborne, contact the MASH. Let them know you're coming in, that you need a surgeon to meet you on the helipad. And he said, okay. So he did that. And he said, and my first day in country, like flying, and he goes, and I expected sort of the surgeon with the white lab coat, like a stethoscope, to come up and meet me on the helipad. And he said, this guy in a Hawaiian shirt meets me on the helipad. And I'm like, I'm glad you're here. Go get a doctor. And he goes, I'm a surgeon. And he looks over the guy and, you know, sort of barks out some orders and gets him ready for surgery. And he introduces himself, and Richard Kirkland said, they called me Kirk. And he said, I'm new here. And the other, the surgeon said, well, they call me Hawkeye. And who he had just met is, in the next slide, well, he had just met Dr. Richard Hornberger. He didn't meet Alan Alda, no. So Dr. Hornberger, who unofficially went by the nickname Hawkeye, is the gentleman who eventually wrote the book, which the movie got based on, which led to the TV show. So it's really pretty wild. He was based at the 8055th, and this is where they cross paths at. There's another gentleman, their tent mate, who they were just like best friends. His name was Sam Gelfand. They were best friends. They say that he was kind of the inspirational for Trapper, but there's another story that's really great, and I think it's where they got the name for it as well, and I'll tell you that in a second too. And then the other surgeon that I had the chance to interview was a guy by the name of Dr. Appel. And unfortunately, I think most of these guys are gone now. But the reason I put him in here is the story he told me was amazing. He said his first day in a MASH unit, he landed there, and somebody came and took his bags, and then they said, we're in the middle of a big siege, and we really need you in surgery. And he said he went to the OR and then operated for 3 days straight before he ever got a break. So imagine operating for 3 days straight. He says, I got done, and I was so tired, I wanted to go to sleep, but I also didn't know where my tent was because I had never even had a chance to see my tent, or I had no idea where my gear went, you know. Next slide here. So what kind of surgery did a MASH unit do? It's been phrased a lot of ways, but I always like the phrase meatball surgery. And what it was you were going to patch them up good enough that they would be able to take the next step, which would be get them to a hospital where they could really get the full recovery that they deserve. This was going to save your life. This was hopefully going to save limbs. And this was going to make sure you could handle the ride to get to real hospitals and then start your road to recovery. And sometimes you'd come back. Sometimes that was it. You were done with the war. But this is what these guys did. I actually just love this photo, but it's a bunch of nurses from a MASH unit. And like I said, I mean, the nurses were right there with the surgeons. Now, something you have to understand that went on in this country, and when you think of the TV show MASH, it's funny. But you also understand that there were not enough nurses and doctors in the armed forces after the end of World War II when we went into Korea, so they had to start drafting. So they were drafting doctors right out of their residency or in hospitals in this country. They rushed them through some Army training and then deployed them. So it was not unusual to have doctors who maybe weren't the best Army officers, but they were good surgeons. So that's why you would start to see a lot of the sort of non-military uniforms like Hawaiian shirts and stuff like that, was because these guys they were in the Army, but they were draftees and they were just there for this short amount of time, and then hopefully they were going to be going home to their normal life. So it was really weird. I could hear myself over. That's strange. So one of the people we had to get a chance to interview was Mrs. Drake. Mrs. Drake was a nurse. She was in 8076 and then transferred to the 8055th. She actually had earned her rotation home, but she really felt passionate about what she was doing, and she re-upped to stay in. While she was there, in the next slide, she meets who would become Mr. Drake. So they start dating. He was an anesthesiologist in the 8055th MASH, and they decide to go to they had a chance to go on leave. So they go to Tokyo, and while they're on leave, this is his girlfriend. And there was a way you conducted yourself, certainly as a military officer then, where he was like, I hadn't had a chance to even kiss my own girlfriend. And he goes, that really sucked. So he's like, we had an idea, like, let's sneak into the train car restroom and kiss and stuff. So we'll keep it at that. So they did, and they got caught. She panicked, and she said, oh, my God, I got trapped in here. And really a bad, really embarrassing moment. So he said, you can never tell anybody back at the MASH about this. And he said, we get back and we're there for a couple days, and then suddenly Hawkeye comes in and he just says, how's it going, Trapper John? Because he had trapped her in the john of a train car. And that became Trapper John McIntyre. And he goes, I always wondered, because they made a spin-off show. And he goes, but I always wondered, like, did they know how I got my nickname? Because that's a very, and I think he gets mentioned in the movie, which was a bit grittier than the TV show, and certainly the TV show Trapper John. But that's some of the truth in the nickname that lies there. Just a normal, just a lot of what's really cool is a lot of the veterans shared their color photos with me, which I thought was pretty cool because the time period, it was kind of color film was still somewhat new. But the reason I really put a lot of them in too is because when we start talking about the show, I mean, all these photos, you're like, wow, this just looks like it could be right out of the TV show, right? Next slide here. So one of the things I really found is there was a little bit of a mutiny at MASH units, which I thought was interesting. So you have to understand, you have young, talented, I mean, these are very skilled surgeons that would be back in the United States charging for their surgeries and things. And day, they're standing in blood and guts, and they're just trying to patch people up and keep them going. Like I said, Dr. Pell said he was standing in an OR for 3 days straight. Well, you can understand a lot of amputations happened, a lot of high velocity weapons and high powered stuff. Well, these surgeons actually found a way to create a clamp and do an arterial transfer, and it was actually invented at the MASH unit. And they said that the surgery takes a little longer, but if there's nobody dying out in the waiting rooms, we can actually help start saving limbs and sending people back to be recovered without amputations. Well, the Army didn't like that. And it wasn't because they wanted people to get amputated, but they were like, just get it done, keep going, sort of the machine mindset. So doctors actually started just going rogue and doing these surgeries without telling the Army. And eventually they actually invented their own clamp over there, vascular clamp. And eventually the Army actually put out a statement that said, if we come over there and find you doing this, we're going to court-martial you. And of course, literally none of the surgeons cared. They're like, we're doing something good, and we're going to keep doing it. And as far as I know, no Army surgeon was ever court-martialed for doing this. But I did find that interesting to find out that this sort of mutiny was going on, if you will. When we talk about the bravery of the folks who were flying the MASH unit missions, at the rescue units, there's two that stand out. This gentleman actually, it does get talked about in the finale, or one of the finales of the show. His radiator got hit. So he had a patient on board, and he would only could fly for a short period of time, and the aircraft would overheat. So he would actually land, let the aircraft cool off, go hunt down the next landing site, come back, fill the radiator with water, start the aircraft up, and then continue flying. It took him 2 days to get to the MASH unit, just hopping that way. And at night he could fly a little bit more, so he was actually flying using a flashlight. There's no lights in the cockpit of these things. He was using a flashlight. He was holding it in his mouth and flying the helicopter at night, just to try to edge their way closer and closer to the MASH unit, which he did successfully get his MASH unit to the MASH unit and save the patient's life eventually. So I think he got the Medal of Honor for that. But these are the same people that would really spearhead what we called dust off in Vietnam. The Hueys, what they called God's own lunatics. These guys that would come in helicopters into places they had no business being to get their wounded out. As a matter of fact, their motto was, "When I have your wounded." One of my other favorite stories was Richard Kirkland. And Richard Kirkland said, we didn't fly at night. That was a rule. You could not fly at night. And he said, we get a call from this unit that said, we have a guy who's really bad. He needs a MASH unit. He's going to die if we can't get him to you. And they said, well, what do you think? And he goes, now keep in mind, now it's 8 hours bottle of the throttle. And Kirkland was like, well, I put down my martini and I went and did my pre-flight. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, I had 2 martinis before I took this flight. And he goes, otherwise I probably wouldn't have done it. And he goes, but he said, when you get that call, because it was nighttime, so we figured we weren't going anywhere, we can drink. And he says, when you get that call, you have to at least try. And he said, well, we had to figure out how I was going to find them. And they said, well, we'll start a big bonfire, and you can land anywhere near this bonfire. It'll be in a clear area. And he goes, okay, that's one part of it. How am I going to get back to the MASH unit, though? there's no lights, there's no ILS or anything like that there. And they came up with the idea they were going to take all the Jeeps and park them in a big circle with their headlights, and it would make a landing pad like that. So he said, I landed, and I picked up this soldier, and he says, I take off, and he goes, man, the North Koreans just opened up on us. And he goes, and there was just gunfire coming from every direction. He goes, I don't know how they were seeing me because I had no lights. And he said, but in my mind, he goes, I was taking a bunch of hits, and he goes, but we got out of there, landed, found the MASH, with the headlights and everything. And he goes, the next day, I was thinking, I'm going to get chewed up, and my squadron commander, because I know that helicopter is just shredded. And he goes, so me and my CO went out. My CO said, do not do another night flight. Like, we're not supposed to do that. He says, they walk out to the aircraft. There's not a single hit on the aircraft. It was all in his mind. They were shooting at him, but nothing hit him. And his squadron commander said, don't do it again because I wouldn't want to have to court-martial you. And he said, okay. And then he goes, as I was getting ready to leave, and he goes, I can't give you a medal or anything because you weren't supposed to do this. And he said, okay. And then he goes, as I was leaving, he goes, that was a hell of a good mission, though, wasn't it? So next slide here. So the end of Korea was not the end of MASH units. MASH units served all the way through Vietnam. Next slide. The first Gulf War. Next slide. And into Operation Enduring Freedom. These were all MASH units. Now they've changed them. Next slide. They are now, I think they're called Combat Support Hospitals or something similar to that. And inside, they're no longer just a tent doing meatball surgery. You have like a full operating room in there. So it's really pretty amazing how far that technology and how far these little units have come. So just how real was the show? Anytime I get to interview somebody who has ever been depicted in like a TV show or movie series or something, I'm always like, all right, how was it? So this was pretty fun. These guys lived in a tent called the Swamp, and I'm like, gee, I wonder like where that came from. That had to have been a set on the like a joke on the set of the show or something like that. Well, there's the real swamp in Korea in 1950s. It was a real deal. What happened was Richard Hornberger always kept his dorm room messy, and they used to say his dorm room was like a swamp. And so when he went to Korea, he named his tent the Swamp. If you go back one slide, right there, you can't really read it, but it says something to the effect of it was technically what they call officers' country, so it was an officer's tent, but he actually had it written on there that all personnel were welcome, which I thought was kind of cool. And he was a draftee, so he didn't really mind sort of going against protocol there. That's actually Dr. Hornberger in the middle, and on the right, on the left is Sam Gelfand, and on the right, I don't know, I can't remember who that guy is. So Frank Burns. It's Frank Burns, yeah. They did indeed have a still in their tent that they would make martinis with. That was verified as well. They love to play practical jokes on one another. This is just some of the pictures I was telling you about. I just thought it was cool. I think we all know that's from the show, but they got it pretty close, right? It looks very similar. The show was actually filmed in, you can go ahead, next slide, but the show was actually filmed in the hills of California, just to make it look like Korea, which worked pretty well. All right, so some of the characters. So Hot Lips Houlihan. I asked some of the guys from the 85th. I'm like, is there one person she was based on? And they said, oh yeah, there was a real Hot Lips, and that's her. So the reason she got the nickname Hot Lips was nothing more than she liked to wear very bright red lipstick. But she was the head nurse of the 85th, and it was interesting. Kirkland was saying that, I remember one day I was sitting in the mess tent, and I was kind of down in the dumps because I was flying helicopters. I didn't really love helicopters, and I really was bummed that I wasn't flying Sabres. And she saw me kind of sad or in deep in thought, and she said, what's going on? And I told her this, and she just chewed me out. And she goes, how dare you? She goes, the skill that you have is more important in what you're doing now, saving lives, than flying a jet, getting glory, and taking lives. And she really chewed me out and left. And he goes, I really kind of got a different appreciation for what I was doing after that. So one of the things that I thought was interesting was if you watch MASH early seasons, she's Hot Lips, right? If you watch it as the show goes on, she becomes Margaret. There's a lot of the Hot Lips stuff kind of goes away. And the reason they did that is because they said, we realized that she was representing all of the Army nurses. and the Army nurses really deserved better than what we were kind of giving that character early on. So they changed it a bit. And you can kind of see that change happen in a few seasons in. Their signpost was real, just a little bit different, but they did have a signpost denoting how far they were from home. All right, so you get to certain levels of this, and I'm like, okay, there's no way that this guy will be based on a real person, right? Well, it turns out he was. Next slide. So it gets even weirder than that. So this guy was a surgeon. So he was not just like an orderly or whatever that they made Corporal Klinger. Corporal Klinger, he was using it to get out of the Army. He was trying to use a Section 8. This guy wasn't using it as a Section 8. He just thought it was funny. So whenever they would have parties, he would actually send from home or like go and get material, and he would make these huge gowns and stuff just as a joke. I mean, just as a way to be funny. But luckily, they did at least get one picture of him at one of their parties to prove that Klinger was at least loosely based on a real person. So I had the chance to fly with Joe Norris in the Bell 47. As I was trying to put this together, there's a few things that happened after that as well. There's an EAA tie to all this, not just Richard Kirkland, but one of our cooks comes in one day and she said, hey, did you know, I think my father-in-law, she goes, well, my father-in-law was Radar O'Reilly. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she was like, well, I could bring in all his paperwork if you want to see it. So she did. And here, he was her father-in-law, Denise, that used to be one of our cooks. Her father-in-law was from Iowa. He was the camp sort of typist, if you will, or clerical person. And he actually used to make, or him and Hornberger used to make a comic strip. And they would hang it on the bulletin board outside of the sort of the camp compound, if you will. And it was called The Crud. And it was just this dumb comic strip they would do. But it was actually spelled out C or asterisk, R apostrophe, whatever, Crud. So I always wondered, like, where did the asterisks come from in MASH? And it came from their comic strip that they made. And he goes, so I would actually talk with him in these letters he has. And he said, in his letters, he said, I have all these old comic strips. I saved them. Would you like them? And Dr. Hornberger said yes. So he mailed them to Dr. Hornberger. And he goes, hey, by the way, I think I'm supposed to be Radar, aren't I? And Dr. Hornberger writes back this nice letter, and at the bottom he's like, you bet you are. So I thought that was pretty cool. And we actually have his family, his family just shared photos and stuff that I'm going to put into this, because this just happened like 2 weeks ago that we got a chance to sit down and scan his photos. But really, really cool stuff that, we never had before. So I had the chance, we'll go back one more. So I had a chance to fly with Joe in the Bell 47, and then I was out in California for a donation, and the person that was donating it said, I'm really sorry, but can we do it tomorrow, because I'm just not feeling well? And I was like, sure. So I'm in my hotel in LA, and I look at how far I am, and I'm like 20-minute drive from the site that they filmed MASH on. It's Malibu Creek State Park. And I'm like, this is awesome. So I get there and then find out that it's a 2.5-mile hike to the film site. And I'm like, you know what? I'm this close. I don't usually hike, as you guys probably know. But I was like, I'll do it. Well, I was with a buddy of mine who was like, I don't want you to go alone. So we did the hike. It was 2.5 miles in, pretty cool. And the signpost, they have all kind of cool stuff that's kind of still untouched. The helipad's still there. And then as leaving, my buddy says, oh, I know a shortcut, which I should have questioned, because he's not from California. He doesn't hike. And we ended up hiking 10 miles out. So I did nothing else the rest of the night, I can tell you that. But it was worth it to get to be there. So I come home from that, and I had put in a request to just talk to a few cast members, if any of them would be willing to do an interview. And what I actually said was I could do it by email. Like, I can just email you these questions I really want to get answers to. If you're willing to just answer those back, that would be cool. And instead, I got a phone call one day, and it was a phone call, and it just said, is this Chris from the museum? And I said, yeah. And he goes, this is Alan Alda. And I'm like, what? And I don't even have my questions in front of me. But he took like 15 or 20 minutes and did some questions and answers with me, which I thought were pretty cool. One of which was I didn't know he was an Army veteran. That was kind of a surprise to me. He actually did serve in the Army, as well as the gentleman who played Corporal Klinger, Jamie Farr. who actually I actually went to Tony Paco's out in Toledo, Ohio, hot dog place. You got to go do it. But I had a chance to answer or ask some questions, and his answers were pretty amazing. He said early on they got a lot of hate because they wanted them to basically make like another Hogan's Heroes, and they said, this could really be a lot deeper than that. And the show's famous for being serious and funny in the same episode. So I asked him. I said, what is your favorite moment? When people ask that, what is your favorite sort of moment to go to that was sad or serious, and one that was funny? And I'll say the serious one first, but how many people have seen, no spoilers, right? The show went off like 35 years ago, but how many people have seen the last episode? So in the last episode, Hawkeye fights an issue with he had seen a woman smother a chicken on a bus. And then in reality, he sort of gets led to healing mentally, finding out that it was a baby, and he had been blocking that. So that was based on a real event. When they were doing the show, they actually had real MASH veterans on the set who would give them stories and tell them this is how we would feel doing this surgery. And one of the veterans actually tells them this story. So that's why they put it in. They wanted to get it in. They had wanted to get it in for at least a season and a half, and then finally they said, it's the last episode. We want to get that story in there. So that's based off a real event, which it really changed that. If you ever watch that clip again when he kind of leads the discovery of what it was, it makes it almost a little bit more horrific because it was like, wow, that there's something real behind it. Now, something lighter. I was like, what's your favorite funny moment? And you can go and Google this and go on YouTube, look it up. If you're having a bad day, I guarantee you to not watch this and at least have a little bit better of a day. But he said there was a scene where Henry Blake is supposed to come into our tent. He's looking for stuff that's stolen, and he comes up to our stovepipe and said, what's in here? And they said, soot. And he's like, I'll be the judge of that. And he was supposed to shake the stovepipe, and he had gotten wet in the previous shot. So he shakes the stovepipe, and what was supposed to happen is there's a gentleman off scene with like a sifter, and he was supposed to sift a little of this stuff, and it was supposed to kind of sprinkle into his face and kind of hit him, right? And he said what happened was when he shook the stovepipe, it hit the container, and the container blew, like kind of the lid blew off, and it dumped like 2 pounds of soot in his face. And he said, so the reaction that you see is real. And he goes, and the director's off set going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And he goes, I fell out of my bunk. And he goes, in one shot you can see the gentleman who plays Trapper John thinks they've stopped filming, so he's looking. Yeah, Wayne Rogers. So he's looking at the camera, laughing, and he goes, because we thought that we were done. And he goes, and Gary Berghoff is hiding his face behind a clipboard, and he goes, and they made us continue. And he goes, like, I'm trying to compose myself, and I look back, and there's Henry Blake standing there with just this black stuff just falling all over the place, And he goes, and it just got funnier and funnier until finally we were able to push through. But if that clip is on YouTube, if you just Google like MASH soot, I guarantee you. So telling me that was pretty fun. But he said that, I asked him if it ever bothered him that, he's been on a lot of stuff, but I think MASH is what he's obviously going to be most famous for. And he said no. He said that I felt that way a little bit at first because he goes, you've got to go back to work. You've got to earn a living. And he said, but then I got a letter, and the letter simply was from a veteran who served in the Army in Korea. And he said, I could never fully explain my military service to my wife until MASH, because she couldn't understand why I had these serious, hard feelings about stuff, but then also had these goofy, wacky stories. And he said it wasn't until MASH that I was able to show her and say, this is exactly what it was like being in Korea. And he said, I actually saved that letter. He still has it. And he said, that's just how much it meant to him. So I think that's my final slide. So how much did the show mean to America? Show was on for 11 and a half seasons. When it went off the air, the Smithsonian took the set. The swamp is in the Museum of American History. It rotates between being on display or off display. One piece that doesn't leave, though, is a signpost. It is there as well, preserved in the Museum of American History in Washington, D.C. When they actually watched the final episode, Alan Alda said that they had a watch party and a whole cast and everybody, and they said how we timed it was the watch party ended where we got to see the show. We had to see it before everybody else. So we got to see it, and then we went to dinner. But when we went to dinner is when everybody else was getting to see the show. And he goes, I remember driving to the dinner, and there was nobody on the streets. And he goes, this is really eerie. Where is everybody? And they said they're home watching MASH, you know. And they're like, oh my God, you know. Everybody waited till the end. They said the water pressure in Toledo, Ohio, actually dropped to a very dangerously low level after the ending because everybody waited till the end to go to the bathroom. They said Jamie Farr took that as a salute to his character being from Toledo, but and I don't think there's any more slides, but you can. Oh, okay, I'll talk about this. So something else that was the importance of what came out of the MASH unit itself, not the TV show, was the air ambulance. I mean, that is something that we definitely took away from the war in Korea. That is a unit I used to work with. Next slide is I was actually their manager of flight operations there on Pittsburgh. We managed 18 medical helicopters. This all came from the technology and the lessons learned on the battlefield of MASH. So I think that's my last slide. I keep saying that. It is. So, all right. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Somebody asked, does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Unfortunately, that gentleman passed away. The guy who was the wounded. Richard Kirkland actually took it hard because he took about a 2 or 3 minute wrong turn. He got lost in the confusion of the battlefield, and he actually really blamed himself. After he landed, his rotation was up. He actually went to a mess tent, and somebody said, hey, that patient you brought in is not doing great. And he asked if he could go to the OR and observe, and they said, yeah. And by the time he got to the OR, he said he walked in, and Richard Hornberger was there already taking his stuff off and said, you know, he passed. And he said, I really took that hard because I felt that I did that. And Hornberger said, we save the ones we can save. I mean, that you can't take it to heart. But yeah, unfortunately, that gentleman did pass away, though. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? All right, well, I'll hang around. You guys know where I live, so it's always good to see you guys. So thanks for having me.
Chris? Who is that child up on the screen? Oh, man. Fantastic presentation, Chris. Absolutely. Yes, as Dave Jackson just said, as usual. So anyone have any... Oh, we have lots of stuff to give away yet. And we remember that there are lanyards back, plenty of lanyards and plenty of key fobs. Everybody is welcome to those. And we have a couple auction items. Linda, she's walking back there now. She needs a microphone that someone is going to run back to her. John, thank you. And we have, let's see, it's 2 o'clock. Hey, where did the day go? Next year we'll make it longer. There's plenty of hats, plenty of lanyards, pilot bags, all sorts of goodies back there.
Okay, we have a couple things left. We have 1 chalk left. That bidding will start at 40.
1 chalk left. That
1
is.
Stand.
It's got a MiG on one side, and what does it say on the other side?
Stand with Ukraine.
Stand with Ukraine.
So that we're starting that at 40. So well. So we have that one, and then we have 4 4X and 2 3X, and they're $5 each. If you want one, we're not going to bid on them. They're $5 each, and that is it. And then we have some pedometers that are not working, that they just need new batteries, so you can have it and then just, or give a donation for it. All the money is going towards the food shack. So if you want, but you can have them, then just order a new battery. So these are up there. So we're back.
Okay. Anyone chalk? $40. $40 on the chalk. He's rushing over there to buy the chalk. Oh, now he's running away. Oh, man.
One chalk. So we'll just leave it up by the table if you decide you want a shirt or the chalk.
Good idea.
Just go up there, and then I'll just leave the pedometers up there also if you want them.
Good idea. So this afternoon, Chris Henry has also made it available for us to do a cockpit crawl of the P-51 over at the Eagle hangar. And where did Chris go? Oh, okay. He ran away. So that will be available, and we have access to some things here at the Sportsman's Club. Now, the other thing that we need some help to do, though, is, as they say, break the set. So we need some help to get the pancake grill and griddle back to the field, and along with the dog tag machine. If anyone wants dog tags, by the way, see Kristen. That's her right there. And we're going to try and do that this afternoon as well, so we need some muscle. Strong back, weak mind. Ouch! It was unintentional, honest. I was looking past you. Yeah? Okay. So, other than that, thank you all for coming. Anybody have any other questions, comments, etc.? Scott? Nope. John? We can do that. We can send that out via email as well as on the line crew page.
That's not your number in the bathroom?
Which bathroom? Ow. Ow. Gang, thank you very much. And 6 p.m., by the way, at West End Pizza, we have the usual room reserved. So walk in and hang a right.
No.
Nothing. Thank you. See y'all soon.